Thank you very much. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order and acknowledge that we are in Treaty 1 territory, the home and traditional lands of the Anishinaabe, the Ojibwe, Innu, Cree, and Dakota peoples, and in the national homeland of the Red River Métis. Our drinking water comes from Shoal Lake 40 First Nation in Treaty 3 territory. My name is Lynn Nesbitt and I'm chairing today's panel. Joining me on the panel is Mike Colatruglio to my immediate right and Richard Whitbread via Zoom. Our assessor today is Jeremy Pohl and our administrative personnel is Zachary Mohan. We'll be hearing applications for revision of the assessment rule in accordance with the Municipal Assessment Act. The matters for which revision is requested have been described in each application, and we will limit discussion to those matters. The statements that are made at this hearing are sworn testimony, and anyone speaking to the matters must be sworn in. Be advised that comparisons of assessments of properties are not considered evidence of market value by the Board of Revision. The Board of Revision is appointed annually by council and is independent of it and the city administration. It makes its decisions on the basis of the evidence provided at this hearing and issues a written order that will be mailed to all parties as soon as possible. Please note that the board's decisions with respect to an application may be appealed to the Manitoba Municipal Board if the matter pertains to assessed value or classification, or to the Court of King's Bench if the matter pertains to the application of exemptions from taxation. Should you wish to appeal, information on how to do so will be included with the board's order. With respect to the hearing process, I will confirm the points of appeal with your property to be addressed with each applicant following the swearing in. We will then have the assessor's testimony followed by questions that the applicant may have, and then the applicant's testimony followed by questions. Each side will have an opportunity to summarize if they wish. Once all of the evidence about an application has been brought forward, the applicant may leave. The process will repeat for each item on the docket today. The session will close after all the applications have been heard, and the board will deliberate in private and make its decisions. You'll receive the board's decision by registered mail as soon as possible. As information, all public hearings are live streamed, recorded, and will be part of the public record. We will be hearing items 1 through 8 on our docket today. Mr. Mohan, please affirm the assessor's and applicant's testimony.
Of course, Madam Chair. Mr. Assessor, please stand. Please state your full name.
Jeremy Ryan Pohl.
Do you affirm that the evidence about to give this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. You may be seated. Mr. Applicant, please stand. Please state your full name.
Rod Slaughter.
Do you affirm that the evidence about to give at this hearing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you very much, and good morning, Mr. Pohl, Mr. Slaughter. Before we begin, I do wish to note an issue. Mr. Pohl had noted that your evidence was submitted late for all matters on our docket today. And do you have an explanation for that?
It was done about 15 minutes at 4:45. I had to send it in digitally and the files were too big given the size of the email, so I had to keep resending it. It took a little while for to bounce back that it didn't come back. So by the time I had it all broken down into 3 sections that I sent it in, I was it's like I don't think that's should be considered an issue.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pohl. So our process is on late evidence, and it doesn't matter how late, 1 minute or 3 days. The panel does make a decision as to whether or not we will accept your evidence submitted late. And so we will have a brief recess for the panel to go in camera and make that decision. So I'll ask you to leave, please. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Mr. Pohl, the panel has agreed that we will be considering your late evidence on item number 1. We will have to go through this for every item, apparently. But having said that, are there any other preliminary issues we need to deal with?
No.
Okay, Mr. Whitbread can't always hear the room if you're speaking directly to the table. So I would ask you to speak up, so he can hear also, if you would please do that.
Yeah.
All right, then, let's begin with item number 1. File number 24-2886, 360 Portage Avenue. Mr. Pohl, you can begin. I note that your presentation is very lengthy, especially the first 80 or so pages talking about the building. If you could attempt to streamline that as much as
I
possible.
will be streamlining.
We
it.
want to hear the relevant pieces, but if you could streamline it, that would be appreciated.
I'll kind of just go over how I see the hearing going and Rod can give your opinion. We'll do the main tower first.
Item
I'll
number
go
1.
through the argument in full. I'll streamline as best I can, and that'll kind of overarch the other appeals, which are associated, they are in the building, it's just they're separate roll numbers for the actual building.
Right, so you won't need to go
Yeah,
through the
exactly.
building for the other ones, and I appreciate you want to provide as much detail as you can, but
And
if you can do it in a,
And on the other side of it, it is a technically advanced building, one of a kind, when it was built. You don't have to be an engineer to go through this, so that's not the goal today. The goal
Thank
today is just provide enough factual basis to get our opinion on the building.
great,
And I will go through, if you want to do any reading on it, the facts are there for you.
perfect. Thank you, Mr. Cole. Okay, go ahead with your presentation.
Okay, roll number 120975578800. Civic address is 360 Portage. The assessed value for 2025 is 209,954,000. Hydro building, commonly known. Built in 2009, it has a gross area of 812 approximately 1,000 square feet and a leasable area of 517,000 square feet. There is indoor parking. I'll get to that in a moment. It is the largest building in the city. It is owned and operated by Hydro for their employees. And I've heard a bit more for this property as I have for quite a few days now, just to give a general understanding of what the building is. So we'll go through the subject property description now. Hydro Place, this is straight from Hydro's website. I'll touch on the high points, page 3. This is with the quick facts about the building. The energy efficiency of the building. Manitoba Hydro uses approximately 70% less, but their building uses approximately 70% less than a comparable office building by conventional design. It is the only building at its time to win or be awarded platinum certificate or platinum certification for the LEED. It was the most energy efficient sustainable building in Canada. Flat out. So when we look at this, we'll go through it, why, and ultimately where it would fall within the marketplace. Another point of the building is not to get away from the energy efficiency of the building and sustainability of the building, but there was other superiorities of the building that was designed for a healthy, productive workplace. Was built with large open areas for workspace raised forward. And as we go through the pictures of the building, you get a feel for it. And as we go through the other articles that are in it, it's kind of the same thing repeating itself, where it's multiple points getting back to the same thing. So if you look on page 4, urban design over on page 5 shows in full at night. And part of this was part of the, as I'll get along to, was to spur growth and development within this area of the city. And this was the first building that was actually put here, and of course it's proximity to the MTS Center at the time. Page 6 and 7, again, we're just highlighting the building. Again, page 7, I have highlighted most of the information that you need to draw your eye to in yellow. So, largest building in the city. Here we state that it's on page 7 that it's 65% less energy consumption. I range between 60 and 70. That seems to be the range that's been reported. I think a lot of that has to do with the inception of the building, what they projected and what they actually achieved. Page 8, the budget is $270 million for the property. Page 9. All elements of the building design, from the bright open floor spaces, high ceilings, operable windows, modern workstations, and 100% fresh air ventilation. And we'll stop there for a second. It's 100% air intake. It's phenomenal if you look at it from that aspect for air quality. We can't get better than that. So,
Mr. Whitbread, are you able to hear?
You're starting to garble a little bit.
okay, I'll speak up. I apologize. I don't want to seem like I'm yelling at the people.
No, yell. Mr. Whitbread has to hear you.
I get the
Yeah.
mic is kind of
Excuse me,
ideal. Okay.
excuse me.
Go
Excuse me,
ahead.
Jeremy. Is the speaker in the ceiling, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So you have to recognize that you'll have to point your voice kind of at the
Yeah.
ceiling and kind of at the other members, and then we'll all hear you.
Okay, I will try.
Thank you very much.
It's hard to read the sheet.
Yeah. It's gonna get
This is not ideal. The systems in the building are designed to maximize employee productivity and comfort and minimize energy consumption. So if you look at it from a tenancy perspective, this building is designed and geared for large workforce, to be accommodating to that workforce, to maximize productivity for that workplace or workforce, and to return to the property owner the most sustainable build that could be as far as cost. So, go through on page 10 is a fact sheet that kind of highlights the building. I'm not going to go through it in full, but again, indicating the fresh air intakes. There's 3 atrium areas in the building towards the south. We'll get to that as we go along. Page 12, 13 just highlights in Wikipedia what the building project was, the LEED platinum certification of the building, how much it cost, the awards that were associated with the building on page 13. There's too many to go through. The professional review of this is not the assessors, it's what the assessor sees out of the marketplace. This building was and is the most sustainable and energy efficient building in the nation. At the time, it was the best rated best building in the Americas, and there was only a handful like it in the world. And I guess one of the points that I can make is the only one in cold weather climate that received this LEED rating. They literally cool the building in the middle of winter. It's that efficient. On the next page, 14. Again, highlights the building was constructed to meet the corporation, which is Manitoba Hydro's present and future business needs, while serving as a model for superior energy efficiency and sustainability, building design and operation. So we can go through pages 16 and 17 and 18 through 20 at your leisure. It's a bit more technical. It reading for you. On page 18 is a review of the building envelope. The building envelope itself, you can look at it as there is a skin around the building. There is a building within a building. And that lends to the energy efficiency of the building itself and why they can get a fresh air, 100% fresh air intake, why they can move bundles around, why they can do it that there. So on page 20, reconfirms at the bottom, highlighted in yellow, Manitoba's Hydro Place unique building envelope enabled it to meet all of the goals of the identified in the project charter. There was a charter for this building, there was goals, and I'll get that. Sustaining, resulting in the most sustainable, energy efficient office power in America. So this isn't the assessor's position. This is what a team of engineers, a team of peer reviews of industry professionals, including Hydro, are telling the assessor in the marketplace. On page 22 is Hydro Place and Manitoba Hydro Place's goals that they have for this property. Page 23. To support a healthy workplace environment for employees in Manitoba Hydro. That is key. Like, they have a very large workforce. They wanted to gear not just the building for a energy efficiency perspective, but they wanted to do for operational of the workforce. They wanted to make it as optimal as possible. And in my opinion, they did achieve this here. It's a beautiful building. It's very functional, from a operational cost versus from a day-to-day workplace. Effectiveness. It's married to each other. It works in tandem. Again, here they report that it is a LEED gold. It's not. It's a platinum. Don't know why they have gold in there. Perhaps it was projected to be gold. It actually turned out to be platinum. So. And gold would be one step down from platinum. The other three points are significant architectural integrated through the building at different scales from the street level to the roof. So they knew they had a large area. They knew it was a large parcel, and they integrated it into the surrounding areas to accommodate what was to be. And then a high level of urban design integration to revitalize downtown Winnipeg. I'll point out on this. I'll get to the picture later on. Manitoba Hydro was the catalyst for this spot. Further down the road, you had Trudeau Towers coming up. These are the AA or a double prime buildings in Winnipeg. There was a plan and a direction for this area. And then, of course, 5 is to achieve a cost-effective building design solution that is measured, measurable benefits for Manitoba Hydro in terms of comfort, operation, and maintenance. So, at the end of the day, it's not just a matter of is it more energy efficient and we save dollars for running the building, but long term is the capital that we have to reinvest in going to be sufficient, sustainable and sufficient down the road as well. And it did achieve that as well. So. Those are the main 5. So for the next few pages, I'll just skim over them. They're there again for your reference. Page 25 shows one of the 3 atriums. It's all glazed in. There's a water feature at the back that controls the humidity, obviously. And it's set up, and I'll show it in a section view more detail as we go along. So page 26 highlights it as well. 27 is what I was speaking to as far as chilling the air or warming the air with humidifiers and humidifiers. Page 28 is the solar chimney. As the air vents through the building, this is the exit right before the air. So you see that on page 29. Page 30 is the ability to open up windows to take into account that the sun comes around at the temperature of the day. No other building does this, so indicates the high achievement that the building actually accomplished. Page 32 just shows the daylight savings. Again, movement of the building, moving of the windows, you allow more or less air, more or less light into the building. It controls the amount of energy that you need to light the building. You have natural light through this building, maximizing the natural light in the building. And that's highlighted on page 33. On page 34, it's just ventilation, I was indicating, as well as on page 35, geothermal. There's a geothermal well. Take that into account. The size of the building, it's again one of a kind. It's page 36 and 37 is just some sections of the building. Again, another hydro, just similar to the one that was earlier in the brief. On page 38 is just a review of the property, and 39 of the recognition and awards that the property has received. Peer review of other professionals again. Highlighted at the bottom of 39. Again, Manitoba Hydro is the most energy efficient office tower in North America and the first tower in the country to platinum certification. So, spanning forward to page 41, just a bit of review of how it got that rating. Personnel from Berlin for this building, they awarded it as a ceremony. Part of it, if you go to the bottom of 41, confirms that the first goal is to create a workplace with the best air quality light at a place. Looking over to page 42, to attract and retain workers. Again, this is not just. Is it technically advanced? Is it cost saving? Down the road, is it gonna be sustainable as far as capital? It's to run your workplace. It's been focused on the employee. It's focused on your workplace. So they're maximizing not just the physicality of the building, but the actual utility of the building from a worker standpoint, from an operation standpoint for tenancies. Further. Clause over 47, I'm not going to reference 48, 49, it just speaks to more of this facets of the building. Going to page 51, subject property codes. Hopefully that wasn't too long.
Thank you, Mr. Cole.
Page 51 shows the subject property in a aerial view. It is bound by Portage, Edmonton, Graham, and Carleton. You look at page 52, shows again another aerial photo facing north. We've done this for the other three sides of the building. Pay particular attention to 53. That is where the atriums of the building are, and you can kind of see them outlined. When you walk through the building, you have significant atrium stacked on top of one another, and that's to maximize the sun elevation coming from the south. So moving along through the photos, we can skip along to page 62. That ends the envelope. Look at the property and move towards internal photos of the building. This is the main area, the main floor, and it's 3 stories high. So if you look at it when you come to the building, it's literally 3 stories. It spans the building. And the layout of the building, it's in both properties. Perspective, it's a large building. The main floor areas are some restaurants. They have touch on the other fields. There's a building area for Tobago. There's a couple series that were more business orientated, but that was more business orientated. But as we go through, we'll show the remaining photos. So again, page 65, another atrium, staircase. And I wanted just to show the feel of the construction, fit, finish. It's the most superior building in the city. We'll get to True North in a moment, as far as comparables, but this is still the most technically advanced building and well-finished building and orientated to employee productivity and workplace or business model as you can get. Like in my mind anyways, it's the most superior building. As we go through, just highlighting some of the interior features. It's a beautiful building. When we get to page 81, seeing a bit more of the functionality of the actual spaces the employees will occupy. Page 82, and there's limited photos. These are file photos. We went through the building in full. We'll get in a moment. Some years ago, during that time, I took inspections of common areas. I believe when we were doing the inspection that they said not to take pictures of the workplace areas. I may be wrong on that. I may be wrong on that because I didn't take any, but that's why we don't have any of our own stuff. Just relying on what we have. But it does show the big finish of the property. Training facility, conference rooms, meeting rooms. It's bar none the best building in the city. So page 86 starts the building section and elevations of the 4 plates of the building. I got this from the plans. I've obviously reviewed that as well as Mr. Slaughter. This is the south section, the south building elevation. It shows where the atriums are, as I was highlighting. Page 87 is a section through the building, so if you look at the building and they took a knife and they cut through the building. This is the section view that you would see, the open air spaces of the atrium. And then on page 88, is the floor plan. This is typical floor plate, aside from the main floor. It's pretty much the same all the way up and through. Except when we get to the top floor or two, there are some mechanical spaces, but we have that already reviewed in full, so there should be no issues with areas. That's been done at a high level a number of years ago. What we see here for the floor plate. Again, it is not your typical box, it is not your typical building. It is irregular, but it does maximize efficiency. See the atrium towards looking at landscape towards the right. That will go down like all the way. And again, when you look at toward the other two sections, the larger section, rectangular section, that's where your workforce would be. In the interior is your core, your mechanical shafts, your elevator shafts, your stairwells, your washrooms. It is focused at that point, it's construction, so you do have maximum use of the space that you have. And then towards the left, there is a stairwell going down, which is another open space going down, so. I would have liked to have brought in some of those pictures to show the actual floor plate, but again, I don't have. But I think the file photos that we have that Hydro has released to the public, I think that well encapsulates the finish of the road buildings. Next page. This is the review of the leasable area that I did well, the office appeals some years ago. We removed all of the, and it was a little difficult, they do it in meters, obviously the government, Canadian government. We converted it to feet and but we did remove all of the mechanical vertical penetrations, all the mechanical areas. We did remove all the such things, and we did come down to the total leasable area of the building. And it's broken down as a whole towards the, if you look at the middle line at 500 and 557,750 square feet, with a further breakdown towards what the rule numbers are that we're dealing with today. So on this page here, you see the main building at 516,000 approximately, and then you have the tenant and pool areas below that. There should be no issues with areas. We're good on that. So, but it's for the panel to get a feel for the building, because the building is still just one building, but they have it broken up into different pool numbers. So a little odd to it. So now we're going to turn to marketplace. I have provided.
1 minute, Mr. Paul. Mr. Whitbread, are you able to hear the discussion?
So far,
Okay, good, thank you.
So now we're going to start.
Just have a quick interjection. There's no dispute with respect to the areas that we are looking at for the main building at this point.
None
Are
of
in agreement on that?
Yes.
none of the buildings, right? None of the areas.
No.
No, they're good.
Good, thank you. Just to clarify.
Okay, so how does this play out? How do we look? It's owner occupied. How do we go to the marketplace to determine what this building would rent at and ultimately market value of this building? So I will touch base on the OFA marketplace study that I've done, but I'm not going to go through it. This is here for reference. This is greater than this marketplace. I don't have True North quality buildings included in this marketplace study. This is in a class A, not a double A or a double prime. They separate themselves from them. So I will touch base on the study, but I'm not going to go through it in greater detail. This is the same study that I've done last year or last cycle. I've done it again for this cycle. I presented where to present it at the supportive review of Lynch, but generally it's been used and use will be used.
So, Mr. Paul, you indicated that this is a different type. Your study focuses on the class A. So then could you just give us the highlights?
Oh, that's what I'm doing,
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
thank you.
So essentially, this study reviews from 2015 to 2022. You go to page 4. For approximately it reviewed over 2.4 million square feet of leasable inventory over the years. The study examines 315 commercial rental units or CRUs, determine what the parameters should be when they go to pay class. We've stabilized the last 3 years, shown on page 4. The overall Winnipeg marketplace on page 4 is at the top. We have stabilized, and again, I'm not just looking at the 2022 year, I'm looking at the 3 years that I typically would stabilize at the municipal board level. I'm doing that here for you as well, but I'm doing that for all parameters. So these parameters are in line with each other for each year. There's not singling out this property to that property. We're looking at the whole marketplace and every parameter. And all of the expenses and incomes that are in relation to rents that are in place. What we have for the 2020 year, we have a weighted average 3-year weighted average for the 2020 year of 2131 square foot. We have an average of 1958 and a median of 19, so those are pretty tight, close numbers. There is a bit of discrepancy between the Olympic marketplace between, say, 311 Portage and 200 grand or 400 St. Mary's. There is it's a small populace of properties, but they do perform at different levels. So that's what we would expect. So getting down to the vacancy, we see that the vacancy is 17.9%. And we see that overall it's weighted average vacancy of 19.6%. It's a significant amount of vacancy for Class A properties. The average is about 16.5. The weighted is 18.9, and then the median's approximately ranging 19.5 and 20.2. So anyway you look at it, there is a bubble of vacancy that hasn't occurred in the city for the sector properties. It just hasn't. So this being reflected on the marketplace. For the study for the CRUs, we've looked at 107. They are new starting leases or rent step increases for existing leases. The idea is to catch any incremental increases and be reflective of what the marketplace is for each CRU that has activity. So if the CRU doesn't step up, we're not including it. If it step down, there's a couple of studies that show a holdover or stepping down. We're reflective of that too. If there's no change, we don't change. We don't put it back in. It's just catching the increases of the changes, I should say. So as well as that, we've also looked at the shortfall. Shortfall again doesn't really come into play as much. Here we have a highly superior building with efficiencies. So what we see from the marketplace, the shortfall average, weighted average and median is approximately $19.50. It's 1961, 1943, 1935, and that's for 2022 year. And for the 3-year stabilized, it's 1934, 19 and 1939 for the shortfall, weighted average and median. So again, very tight average, highly reflective of the marketplace. The next parameter, last parameter that we review is non-recoverables. I will get to that in rebuttal. I can do it now, but I'll generally just speak to it. Short version. We look at non-recoverables for operating non-recoverables, operating costs non-recoverables. We don't look at below line items for tenant inducement, leasing, commissions, things of such nature. So when I looked at it, in prior studies, we had about a 3%. I re-looked at the way we've done it. We've included 200 grand, we've included 400 St. Mary's. Some of those don't report any non-recoverables. So generally it came to be about 1.82 and 1% stabilized in the 2022 year, 1.9, 2.3 and 1.6. After looking at the studies from the previous year, I still felt that a 3% average was an allowance that we should be putting in and using. So it is a bit higher, but I do think it's more reflective because I'm not sure that necessarily all those are being reported, plus have been reported. So when we're doing it, I think there's a bit of caution, and I went a little bit above the parameters of place the OFA's 2 to 3%. So there's a bit of discrepancy there from the market, but I still think 3 is reasonable. Below that, we also use a bell curve, and this is highlighted on that. You want to go through, I'm not going to read it all. Okay. If you go through the study, it highlights every single parameter of why we're doing it. We use empirical standard deviations. It's just this statistical analysis of how to properly do it. And that's reflective of that on page 4. What you see here is it's normalized distribution. It's basically perfect. That's what you would expect. We give you the ranges for the average. We show you where they fall, the extreme ends, the higher ends, obviously 311 portage, and then we give you the right ranges where the majority of the market is. So for every dollar, that's where the ranges are. And then below that is the Johnson report. Johnson report, again, same idea, 2022 or 3-year stabilized. We use the Johnson report and Cushman Wakefield. Quick side note on Cushman Wakefield, they don't give you a built-in index. You can't. I can only reflect what information they do reflect, but Cushman Wakefield and Johnson report are very good at reporting each year. These are the most stable reports that you can use to develop of what the owners are asking for. But the Johnson report we can go a little further into. Again, same idea. Asking rents, that with the vacancies, and they do report their operating costs and taxes, so we can be inclusive of that. So on the next page is over on page 5, show the actual individual performances of the properties. So the first chart that I referenced in more detail is encapsulating all of what you see on page 5 and a bit on page 6 for 311 portage. It is a overview of the remainder. So if you're looking at any given property, you want to see what the performance is on a net basis. You see every single property in any individual year that you want to look at for 8 years. And then on page 6 gives the Johnson report data that I spoke to. They do give a building index. We do use it. How do you use it? We have, side note, we do have 400 St. Mary's as a B. They have it as a B. It's fringe data, but how to kind of hold it. But that's why that's not inclusive on this list. We can grade it as an NA, so we can't show that data there. But this is what they're asking for. And when you go through the property, you can go from the average, you can go from what the overall average is, you can go to individual property, what forming at, and then you can reference what they were actually asking for. It's a pretty good metric to judge. So when you look at it in full, this is the most in-depth study, or none, in my opinion, of Class A properties for the city, and it's done specifically for assessment purposes. What we have on it, we also want to make it clear, so there will be some discrepancy in how you look at it. We take out any non-recoverable leasing commissions, anything that shouldn't be for assessment purposes. We have case law that states that going back 30 years, it was tested again. The 444 St. Mary's, both parties were involved, but not here as well. On page 2, it's referenced at the bottom, order number 824. Board remains consistent in its findings on this matter and has chosen to use the same wording found in many previous decisions. The board reiterates its long-standing position that tenant improvements, leasing commissions, leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purposes of calculated value. So they referenced the older case law. We had a big debate about it. We heard it at this board level. And one of the things that came out of that hearing was no tenant inducements, no leasing commissions, no below line non-recoverable. So in that aspect, we're using appropriate case law, we're using appropriate metrics. I think that Class A is very well reflected in the study. But how does that work its way back to the subject property? Quite frankly, the subject property does not belong in the A-class, segment of the before the true north, before the hydro building. There was just that segment of A. We now have a separation in the A-class to a AA or double prime, everything phrase. There is a bit of acknowledgement in the marketplace, but I'll get to that in a moment. What I looked at was what kind of tendencies would be in this building? What kind of workforce would rent this building? It's kind of the Great West Life argument. Great West Life, large big building, 2 buildings. Superior building, big building, what marketplace would be in there? Well, if Great West Life left, what would they have to lease back to themselves? I think you have to reference the marketplace of the most similar building that you have to those 2 buildings in A and B on that one, obviously. In this case here, we see a superior building, the most efficient in the country. World, at its time, there's only a handful of blanket, from an employee workplace productivity standpoint, geared for that. As well, geared for long-term sustainability and efficiency and geared for long-term cost savings. What would the marketplace perceive that as and what would it bear? The most reasonable position that I see is, if you look on the first page of the rent comparables, is the True North buildings and the Wawanesa building. Obviously, True North is involved in that as well. Those are your nearest properties. They are double prime as well. They're located right next to one another. They're geared for large tenancies. The property itself, so the property is large tenancy. It could be broken up into multiple tenancies through the main tower. But generally speaking, this is the most comparable. These are the most comparable properties that we have to. So we'll go through it. And just so we're clear, 236 Carlton, which is the Wawanesa building, their approximate leasable area is 266,210. True North Tower 1 is 338,517 square feet. And Tower 2, which is a mix of residential and retail and office, their leasable area for office only, and these are all office square footages, 38,663. That's a total of 643,390 square feet approximately of double prime, AA newer buildings that lease in the marketplace, and they are all right here. And as you can see, the proximity, it's clearly planned. This is what Hydro's goals was to spur development in this section of the city. It clearly has come to fruition, and you can see that. The locations of the AA properties. From there, I'll move on. For True North, you can see on the next page over.
Page are we at? Sorry.
Rent comparables, you have to flip to the second page of rent comparables. And I apologize, the page number is kind of like wonky on me. It's separated to just the rent comparables.
So this is in your main brief?
Main brief. Right after the 360 Portage Avenue leasable area. It would be page 89. And then rent comparables start then.
Okay,
So we see just the location, and then they're getting into the True North building as well. Same high-end building, not quite as efficient, gold status, but as you can see, high-end finishes. Similar, I would say a little bit less than Hydro, but still similar. As we flip through them, you get to page 12.
Sorry, Jeremy, I'm not
We
not
have,
following that spot.
we have one big brief. We don't have separated briefs.
Yeah, my apologies.
So, okay, all right, so you're using image numbers on your PDF
We
or
have,
page numbers?
Yeah, they got page numbers on it, so I guess they got.
oh, I see. I
Slide
see.
together
This is
eventually.
what-
So it should be about page 90 that you're starting.
Yeah.
It has a heading of rent comparables.
Okay, actually, at the very bottom on the right, there's a page number. Okay, so what page number of your comparable, so yeah, according
One.
to your one. Gotcha.
or page. I think
No,
it's
I'm
not-
on page 364, did you? Canada Life Center. It's got a picture of Canada Life Center on it. Page 87.
If you just look at, it starts right after that page.
Right. Yeah, gotcha.
Okay, we're all on the same page.
So,
Yeah, here
okay, next.
Yeah.
Great comparables.
we are.
Okay, now.
Sorry.
My apologies, I just want to make sure that we're on the same.
We're good, Mr. Whitebread?
Good.
Okay.
Bottom,
So-
there's page numbers.
What I just spoke to on the bottom. Yeah, on the bottom, I showed where the subject property is towards the left and the 3 new towers that went up.
Gotcha.
The block, right, so just spoke that, and I will just go through to get a feel for the property of True North. Full note, Walman East Building, I would like to bring in the rent, it was under appeal last cycle. They withdrew their appeal without disclosing the rent. We've asked for it on the ID. I can't bring in the rent because they haven't disclosed on the ID this round either. But what we can show is that building, and I've been through that, seen file folder as well. It is very much just as much finished as True North building, so by definition, I can't use it as comparable, other than it was physically built. So we know that there's a market for it, I just can't quote the rent is. Now we'll go through just get a feel for the comparable for True North. Again, very high end finish. Similar to, but again, a little bit step down from the Hyder building. And then we get to page 12, the comparables, or where it shows True North certification as a Bowl Best Gold. And then just a breakdown of the rents that are in place. So. For 242 Carlton or 225 Carlton, the office summary of the buildings is as such. There's 338,516 square feet in Tower 1, all leased out. There is 38,663 square feet in Tower 2, that is completely owner occupied by True North. The vacancies that are in place, there is 0 vacancy in Tower 1, and there is 0 vacancy in Tower 2, obviously owner occupied. Parking that's available for that amount. We have 133 commercial stalls, which is approximately 2,800 square feet per leasable stall per leasable area. And below that, we see the tenancies that are in place, and I've segregated out 2 smaller tenancies. But generally, this is large corporate space. This is not small CRU space. We see the office tenant that 30,000, 96,000 square feet, 76,000 square feet, 66,000 square feet, and 33,000 square feet, all over multiple floor plates. Ranging from $27.50 a square foot up to $32 a square foot. And as you go through the rental, there are step ups, significant step ups as we go along in the future. These are long-term leases, these are long-term covenants. With rents that are in place at the moment, reported as such. So when we look at the total size, we look at about 302,000 square feet. Average size is about 60,000 square feet, and median size is about 66,000 square feet. There's only 5 tenancies, so I mean realistically, but we do have a weighted average of about $30.52 a square foot. Or sorry, average of $30.52 a square foot, weighted average of 31.10, and a median of 31. That's the marketplace that we look to rent in the subject property. Long lease building, to become aware of that rent, I'm sure it'll be in line with True North, but again, caveat on that, I don't know what it is, full disclosure, but we do know that that building was actually built and it is occupied by Long Lisa. So for demand for that space, for demand for a flat AA or double prime, they built another building. It's approximately, like I reported, approximately 266,000 square feet out total area. We have a significant amount of high end double A or double prime. Base in the city now, and they're all. Block one, 2 blocks. So. This is the pool of. Rents that we feel most appropriate to put towards the subject property. We're also seeing this lease up in a market. That has such high degree of vacancy. That $10 more a square foot. 50% approximately wasn't an issue. Tenants are looking for bigger, better, they're looking for. Employee focus, geared to employees, they're looking for sustainability. They're looking for BOLA best certification, obviously this one. For the subject property, but they're looking for the high end segment, and we see a separation in the class. That led to a double A, led to a double prime, and having the parameters adjusted to be reflective of the marketplace. So that's what we're doing here today, and I'll go through. That now on the next page, subject properties market. Making sure for the class A. We have 592 square feet. We put that in at $28 a square foot. I'd like to pause on that for a moment. That's $3 underneath the True North average. And that's, you need to put a bit of bear weight. If you're gonna have less cost effectively that a tenant has to pay, you would get a greater rent effectively as a net rent because you'd be able to recapture some of that. We're not doing that. We're actually putting $3 less. This is a very conservative rent, as much as it is a shocking, eye-popping $28. It's reflective of the marketplace when you see a lesser building at $31. So I feel that $28 is a pretty conservative value for rent for assessment purposes. So $20 will be used. The standard vacancy that we're using for OFA properties in the city for this go round is 11%. We have lowered that by 3%, 8%. Reflective of the performance of True North, reflective of obviously Molly's, which is fully occupied by the tenant. To say that we would put the same risk associated with the vacancies that are occurring throughout the before the double A or double prime segment of the OP section wouldn't be fair. They're experiencing a higher degree of vacancy. It's shown in the marketplace study. That's why we're bringing it. It's there. You see that these properties that are leasing for significantly greater rent don't experience that. So being reflective, I think a 3% reduction in vacancy is appropriate. We give if there's any long-term performance or anything that sometimes we do an increase in vacancy to be reflective. Here we're doing a decrease. I think that's fair and reasonable. So from that point, we have a potential rent 14,492,000 approximately, with a vacancy 8% gives us effective gross of 13,333,170. Expenses that I just spoke to as far as spoke to a few minutes ago, as far as non-recoverables, the marketplace indicates about a 2% non-recoverables. I think some of them may be a bit underreported, but I think the 3% is better reflective of market. So we go to 3%. Shortfall, looked at that, the agent is used 15, that's reasonable. You use 17. We looked at True North, it was hard to break out. When I looked at True North, it was hard to break out the actual expenses because they were reported as a totality. And yes, they have a tower 1 and tower 2 and multi-family arcade, but it's hard to break out what the actual performance of the expenses were. So we left that at the standard 17% or $17 rate. I still think that's again conservative. 15 is reasonable too. And then when we looked, sorry, after applying that, we come to a net operating income of $12,229,250. Next parameter is cap rate. Cap rate is 6.5% for class A's this go around. For double A's, we have rated look to a 5.9% cap rate to be reflective of the performance, be reflective of the risks that are placed into the rent, the cost. the vacancy that is different from the Class A. Which produces a capitalization, which produces capitalized value of $207,275. $207,275,000 estimated value for what this is valued. Pause it after a moment, flipping over to the next page. We do have parking. Part of the review of the property was, and I don't believe there's any issues with the parking value, essentially for greens on, but we'll go through it. We use that at 350 stall for 151 stalls for net operating of 187,552, capped at 7%, which is a standard parameter that we have for that underground parkades, which gives a capitalized value of $2,679,000. Well, this building was constructed, they experienced a higher water table. There was supposed to be another level for the parkade. They could not build it. The problems that came into the higher water table. So for 151 stalls, it does yield a little less stalls per square foot. So that's reflected highlighted in yellow. It's 342. Sorry, speak to one today. 3,420 square feet per stall, which is little less stalls. So they do, my understanding, I'm not sure they still do. Hydro does have some space in City Place. They own City Place, so they basically took some space in there. So that is a bit of a slight negative towards the parking, but it doesn't seem to be at all. You can go in the concourse area, you can park in other parkades, and those parks that need to be there. So and of course, Portage Place, which is right across the street. So with that said, summation of the, before we get to submitting the income streams on page. Sorry, right after the income value summary, we have the capitalization chart. I'm not sure what page it is on, because you're looking at it.
Sorry.
So basically, this is just a breakdown to see where we're reporting. So we put 5.9% for the double A's. Colliers does not report a double A, CBRE does not report a double A. Cushman Wakefield does report a double A between 5.25 to 5.75. We went a little outside that. Modelers shows 5.9. So again, it's about 0.6% different than the other class. I think in relation to the other class, I think it's pretty reasonable. It's showing the risk associated with the income streams, risk associated with everything, and you see significant performance within True North that is reflected here at the on that. We can go to the summary, which just shows what I spoke to the two constraints. The 207,275,000 and the 2,679,000 summates to approximately 209,954,000, which is market. I think it's a pretty conservative approach to very substantial building in the city, the city. And prior years, we have reflected of what the park is. Double A's didn't exist. Couldn't dream them up. We can use parameters that weren't known to us, or marketplace information that was known to us. With the performance of True North and the impact that it's had on the marketplace, clearly see the newer buildings that are higher finished buildings that are greater for employee productivity, operation needs. They are outperforming the Class A. That I think it's fair and equitable assessment to put on the property. It is a significant increase from the prior cycle, but again, we did not have that information from the double A's to not really, but there's an adjustment made here. So with that, I have no questions.
Thank you, Mr. Cole. Mr. Slaughter, do you have questions for Mr. Cole?
I do, Madam Chair. I have a few. Do you mind though if we take a quick washroom break before we get started?
Yes, we can recess for 5 minutes. So
Yeah.
I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Before we recessed, Mr. Cole had finished his presentation on item number 1. And now we're turning to Mr. Slaughter for his questions for Mr. Cole.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poole, thank you for your presentation. The first question, just to confirm that we're both in agreement that the legislation states that we determine the assessment based on the market value of the property, correct? So the value as it would perform in the open market. Right. Okay. And you made a comment, so you agree that the downtown office market is definitely softening in value since the last assessment cycle.
There has been a higher degree of vacancy. Asking rates have been stable. The asking rates haven't increased for a number of years. There is a bubble of vacancy and that's been shown through the study. What has been greater than years prior.
Okay, and despite that, the subject property assessment has increased approximately 60% since the last cycle. Is that correct?
If you look at the numerics of it, yes, but we're looking at a different way of looking at the property this time. We're not building an assessment off of the last assessment. So.
Okay. The market rent that you mentioned was applied was, memory serves, exactly $28 a square foot. Even. In past experience, we find that the model typically, because it's taking into account many different variables, it won't be such a precise number. The subject was, for example, $19.75 in 2023, 1986 in 2020. My question, Mr. Poole, is this a is this a model-driven rent?
No, it wasn't. I'll clarify. I reviewed the property as part of our due diligence is percent change review, and we review. I say it's for I reviewed the properties and everything else and assessors assigned for their architect class. In this case here, I was assigned this property review with the marketplace. We looked at it. I looked at it independently and reviewed, and the parameters that I felt warranted were put on as such. I reviewed this with management. They agreed, and we released an assessment.
Okay, so to be clear, this is an override of the model. Are you able to share what the model rent originally was that was overridden?
It was a release, so no, I don't have that. Okay.
Thank you. And from what I understand, despite the market rent study submitted, the evidence pertaining to the determination of the subject property's market rent is based strictly on True North Square.
It is the only double A and double prime building that's reporting. There are obviously the Walbanesa. We have yet to see that rent other than physical buildings there and occupied. It's finished and occupied. So our comps are coming directly from.
Okay, so there's no dispute that True North Square is considered a class AA office property. Is that correct?
Correct, we agree.
Okay. The subject property, though, correct me if I'm wrong, has historically been considered an A. It had never once been considered a AA office property. Is that correct?
Those properties didn't exist in the city, so no, it was looked at it in such a manner.
Okay. Has the market ever considered Manitoba Hydro Place as a class AA property?
I can't point to a specific firm that would have made any commentary on hydro.
There's nothing in evidence that you have to support anyone's opinion except your own that this is a AA property. Is that correct?
My own opinion in management. If you're looking for independent professional outside, I don't believe I've ever seen a rating of A on this. Like, I mean, it's obviously an A, but I don't think I've ever seen someone say that's an A or that's a AA. They simply report what the building is. It's not, it doesn't participate in the marketplace. It's all bad. So
True North Square is over a decade newer than the subject property, which was built in 2008 or 9, correct? Yeah. True North Square has the ability to demise floors into multi-tenancy. There's many tenants in that building and many tenants share various floors. Is that correct?
they share various floors. There is 5 main tenants within the building that are leasable, and then obviously tower 2, they have the owner occupied.
Okay. And are you aware that most of the rent, well, first of all, let me ask this, not all the rents in True North Square are approaching $30. There is one rent that's closer to $20 a square foot, is that correct?
That would be Cardinal Sports.
Correct.
Yeah, they're also 4,674 square.
Okay, and point being,
They're not a main comparable that I've used. They're a simply smaller CRU size, not typical for the building.
Okay.
All would be considered to occupy subject property.
and the property does in fact have a vacancy at the reference date of 11,000 square feet, correct? You mentioned that there was no vacancy.
From what I reviewed, there was no vacancy.
Okay, we'll get to that later. And lastly, are you aware of the significant millions, multi-million dollar inducements which the landlord invested into the rents for the main tenants at True North Square that are amortized into those rents?
I understand that, I understand your position, but again, we have 30-year case law that was just recently tested that does not allow for the inclusion of leasing commission tenant permits below line items, such as speed.
Mr. Poole, I think those decisions you referred to stated that tenant inducements would not be deducted from an NOI of a subject property being valued. I don't think it ever, and correct me if I'm wrong, stated that we ignore the existence of tenant inducements.
We're not ignoring them, I'm saying they would not apply for assessment purposes, and that's what the municipal order clearly indicated. When it was reheard or retested, recently, the triple posting areas appeal, so.
If I may turn attention to your market rent study.
Sure.
Thank you. So in the study, you talk about different properties, As and Bs, but for the As specifically, you indicate
They're
six.
just A's.
Yeah, just A, oh, I'm sorry, yeah.
Yeah.
This is just the A study. So you have 6 Class A downtown Winnipeg office towers that are mentioned, okay. And you mentioned in your introduction to this that the goal is to get a true indicator of the market behavior in each of the years. You go through the years 15, 16, 17.
A linear look at each property, the rent, the cost, vacancy, shortfall, and you go year by year, property by property to get a true relationship to the income and expense that are associated.
Okay, so to be clear, not all rents are included in the summary of each given calendar year. It would only be the rents that were negotiated in that year, or I think you mentioned that they stepped up.
Yeah.
Okay, but you'd agree that a step up, which is something that's negotiated at the commencement of a lease years prior, that's not necessarily, or it's not at all an indicator of the meeting of the minds of the parties in the given year, is it?
I would somewhat disagree with that. Step ups typically, if you go from the first year, they may have some tenant inducements involved. Part of this was trying to reduce tenant inducements from being considered, and I speak to that in the commentary. So as you go through, you may get a bit of a break in the first year, given investment that the property owner makes, yada yada. But as the long-term lease moves along, those step ups get eroded back to market.
Sorry, I'm not quite sure if I follow that. You said you might get a break in the rent based on the amount that
You
the
might get
landlord
free rent
invests.
for the first 6 months. You might get a couple dollars less than what the rent would step up to, given the tenant inducements that may be in place. What I'm trying to do, and what's been accomplished with, is to reduce the impact of tenant inducements for the overall look at the marketplace, both on an individual basis for each property and a global look at the Winnipeg marketplace. So when you look at this in harmony, as it moves along, tenant inducements for this, and let me make this clear, this is for assessment purposes, studies to assess value.
Mhm.
We're taking that into account to minimize any tenant inducements that may be. That's why there's been maxes in place to make sure that assessors not going high, agents aren't going low. We're showing what position the general marketplace is. So to not include step ups, I don't think that's a true look at how a building's performing. You get an 8-year look at each building. I mean, I think should be accounted for properly.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the study is trying to minimize the effect of these inducements, which the landlord may invest, could inflate the rent, or there might be other inducements in the form of free rent. On page 5 of your study, you talk about the property at 360 Main. And for 2021, you show that the minimum rent at the top of the page, the fifth row down, minimum rent in 2021 was $19 a square foot net.
Right.
But you are aware that the CRA leased multiple lower floors in that property commencing January 1st, 2021 for a semi-gross rent of $16.45, the net being much less. You are aware of that?
Yes, and again, I explained this on a net basis. We don't have semi-gross rents in the study or gross rents. We don't also have federal tenants and provincial tenants are the only two entities that actually get a deviation from net. Virtually the entire marketplace is net. You know that. And the problem I have with CRA, we'll get into that now, since your question, I mean, there is significant, like the last time you came last cycle, I asked specific questions. We now know that the property owner invested $10.5 million into the spaces that CRA occupies. We also now know the CRA also did $10.5 million, right? The problem I had with this is when we're looking at this lease in place, it didn't seem to fit market. Performance of the leases was half of what the rest of the buildings had. We see CRA leave and sell their building on Broadway to come into what realistically for their workplace organization is a short-term lease for a 10-year plus I think an option of I think there might have been an option for 5 years. If the property owner decided that they didn't want to earn about $10-11 attractive net and just simply say, no, we're going to sell it to someone else, where would CRA go?
They have multiple places.
Would it be able, they would have to segregate their workforce. They are a property, they're an entity that has specific reasons, and we see the security that was at the location on Broadway. They just can't go into the marketplace and be standing in space. There would be nowhere for them to go. So now when I look at this property, 360 Main, how it's performing and also with the relationship to the new leases that are in place. Hey, now they spend $10.5 million of their own money. That's a $10.5 million mistake at a year in. I don't think that this is reflective of market. I haven't seen a lease in place. I'm going to be asking for that as we move along. Everything in my mind's eye, I'm not sure, but part of that due diligence on this property will be to ask and see if there is a purchase agreement for CRA to actually move into this place. Everything's pointing in that direction. So when I see this kind of deviation from the performance of the building itself, from the marketplace, I can't include the CRA since that I've excluded it. It's full stop on that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pohl. So if I understand, in summary of your market rent analysis, your study, which is supposed to look at the behavior in given years, includes step-ups, which are actually indications of market behavior in a different marketplace. Your study excludes rents if they are federal government, provincial government, semi-gross or gross. Your study excludes rents if you don't like the rent, but it includes rents that would be inflated by significant landlord investment. And at the end of the entire exercise, Mr. Pohl, correct me if I'm wrong, we ignore the entire study and turn our attention instead to one building. Is that correct?
It is a double prime building, True North. The building is most comparable of all the buildings in the city to the subject property. I don't ignore leases, I examine them, or I don't ignore what's in place in the marketplace, I examine it. I examined CRA lease, I attempted to do my due diligence. We found out now after the cycle, again, when I was asking questions, holding out. The tenant actually paid $10.5 million towards it. That is a significant error. That wasn't disclosed. Now, when I'm looking at that, that's a lease that I wouldn't put into the study. It's just so far outlier that something has to be more with it. So I removed it from that. I'm also not relying on, again, and this was brought up at 444 St. Mary's, on government leases. They have a different covenant. They have a different strength to their lease. The average tenancy can't go into one of these properties and say, I would like a semi-gross or gross lease. There would be no conversation.
No, exactly. It's a strong covenant, which is why.
Exactly, and that's why they bend their knee to that. But there's only two entities that they bend their knee to, and that's the two governments. So to say that they are part of the general marketplace, I'm sorry, I take a step back.
Okay, I disagree with that. So I like your comment, though, that you don't just look at the face rent in these analyses, but you try and understand what's happening behind. This is why you came to the determination that you didn't like what you saw with the CRA lease, excluded it. Did you not look at, though, almost a similar number, almost $10 million of landlord investment which went into one of your 5 comparisons at True North, that being Scotiabank, that being MNP. All of those large tenants have millions and millions of dollars of landlord invested tenant inducements to fix the space up to exactly what the tenant needs. Was that not considered, Mr. Cole?
Yeah, that's reflective of AA. It's in relation to a AA, the rent that they're bringing in. These rents step up to significantly greater than what they don't go up by $1. Like they don't go up by your typical step up 50 cents a dollar. Down the road, they're going to be having significant increases at that property for the rents that are in place in long term leases. These are significant tenancies, and they're not transient tenancies.
So it seems to me that in your evidence, the reason why this is, in your opinion, has elevated now to a AA property, and I think you mentioned the best office in Winnipeg, is because of its energy efficiencies. It won these awards, it's platinum LEED.
Not just that, overall cost and long-term sustainability, cost of carrying the property, maintaining the property, your workplace environment that allows your workforce to do what they do. Everything is geared in a multifaceted way to make it the most ideal operational standpoint from a business perspective, from the capital perspective, from the real estate, I should say. And obviously savings to on an operational basis for costs. So all our things are bringing it to that point.
Let me ask a question on that then. Are there any other LEED status downtown office towers that have energy efficiencies?
LEED platinum? I don't believe so.
There are.
360 mains?
No, that's a gold.
Which one would be LEEDs?
Well, I'll ask this in a question. You'd agree with me that Class B buildings such as 220 Portage and 333 Main are platinum LEED buildings with similar energy efficiencies?
Yeah. 220 Portage had a heavy investment in it.
And is there any evidence from your examination of those buildings that these energy efficiencies translate into increased rent or value?
That would be the argument. I'm not looking at the B class at all.
Okay.
I believe the 360 Main did have a new envelope put on it. So for the day it was for when they put it up, it was a very high rating as well. So I guess that would be the most similar.
And you'd agree that, you know, the subject property was built in 2009, the awards and the accolades are from a decade ago. The market and the technology over that decade for energy efficiencies in buildings has changed drastically. You'd agree with that?
Not an engineer as far as building, as far as that element of building science, but yeah, I would. It would almost have to be, yes.
Okay, thank you. Did you look at the actual performance of rents within the subject property as part of your analysis?
I have rents shown on the page.
Okay, would you not agree that if, in your opinion, these energy efficiencies and architectural design and such enhance market rent and enhance value, that we would see that in the rents within the subject property?
Sorry, can you rephrase that?
Well, if the hypothesis is that the awards won a decade ago, the energy efficiencies, the fresh air, etc., if those enhance market rent, which is your hypothesis, would we not see evidence of higher rents within the property in the CRUs that are leased?
Oh, you mean for the common area, the main, yeah, they had some difficulties with a couple of spaces. I believe some were offered. I haven't seen the asking rates yet, but your tenable spaces, they did have some issues leasing those out. I can't really do much more than that.
Okay, fair enough. And just one last question. I think the capitalization rate, you mentioned that the city study corroborates with, I think it was CBRE, where AA has a lower cap rate. To be clear, there's been no AA office sales in Winnipeg history, correct? And to be clear, the definition of class AA in those studies does not include Manitoba Hydro Place. It includes True North.
Again, Hydro does not participate in the marketplace. They don't. Their owner
But it's included in the inventory that is contemplated in those studies.
I can't tell you from that perspective. That's your assumption, and that's your position.
Okay, that's all my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Mr. Colatroglio, do you have questions for the assessor?
I think some have already been addressed by Mr. Slaughter's comments, so I don't have a question at this moment. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread.
Just a curiosity, Mr. Paul. We take a building that was built 15 years ago and cost $283 million, about $400 a square foot. And today you value that building 15 years later at $210 million, about $258 a foot. Can you explain to me how that works in our market? Doesn't seem sensible.
As far as the cost to build versus the market value,
Yeah, do you
Those are-
see that kind of a dramatic drop over the first?
let me be clear, cost to build, if you're doing a cost approach, usually sets the high point.
Okay,
At high point, a property owner would then look to go, well, if I'm going to buy a property, that's what it would cost for me to build, but if I would go out and to lease a property, it would be less than what it would cost me to buy. Because otherwise, why would you just build it, right? Or it's cost.
say $300.
So there are two separate approaches that are independent from one another. We are using market parameters for what we see. So even though it cost 16, 18 years ago, when you look at budget and all the rest of it, we're not putting that influence onto what we would value today. There's no association. It's just simply stated fact when it was actually developed. If you're looking, I mean, the easiest way to, what people sometimes get caught up with, well, if it cost X amount back then and the market's now today and it costs more to build now, it should be more to build now kind of thing. Those two analyses aren't associated with each other. We simply look at what the market is.
Sorry, let me interrupt for a minute. Madam Chair,
Yes,
whatever feedback is coming from the room behind you is impacting my ability. It breaks up Mr. Pole's voice, unfortunately.
okay.
Can we get them
See
to?
what we can, we'll
Sorry,
ask Mr. Mohan to see what he can do about that. There is a hearing going on behind us.
mm-hmm.
I'll kind of rephrase it shorter. We're not looking at the cost approach. Or to value it, how a cost approach would be back when it was in its inception, or that's completely independent. We're looking at the marketplace and taking an income approach, investment approach, from what somebody.
Okay. With the cap rate, that was a model-driven cap rate?
It was 5.9 selected, yes. The model for all class A's regular was 6.5%.
Would you have the ability to drop that lower? And is there a reason you didn't, from 5.9 to 5.0 or 4.7? Given the superlative nature of this building and the many years that it's going to be in operation, do you have that ability to change that?
Well, that's what modeling did. Like if you look at the get 5.9,
Yeah,
look at the market information that we have. The report was 5.25 to for double A's reported by Beckman Wakefield was between a low of 5.25 and a high of 5.75. So that was the outside source market indicated by them, independent from us. Modelers did what they anticipated the new look at it, and it was 5.9.
so you accepted that.
Yeah, it's a little higher than what Cushman Wakefield has been reporting, but it straddles the line. So I think 5.9 or 6. It's the same number essentially. What I'm getting at is getting to 5.9 or 6. We have modeled, they look at the building characteristics, it comes up with a cap rate and we can see their variances, and then when you see them reported, they're always at the 25 basis points, so either 6 or 6.5 or whatnot. So at 5.9, I don't question that it's within Freshman Wakefield reporting, so. There's clearly a new. Segment of the Class A section.
Okay. No further questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitbread. I have a question also. So you indicated in your response to Mr. Slaughter that you adjusted the rent yourself. That was an override to the model rent. You have accepted that 3% expense rate, which I understand is model.
Yeah.
Correct. The 3%. And the shortfall, $17 is model. But for vacancy, you made an adjustment as well. Can you explain to me again why you didn't accept the model vacancy or?
Because if you look at the performance index study, you see for non-double A properties and non-double prime properties, you see for the regular Class A segments, a significant vacancy that is occurring within the marketplace. That's not reflective of what's happening for True North. That wouldn't be reflective of what would happen for Hydro Building if they were to go on and operate in the marketplace. So when we see a marketplace that isn't experiencing that vacancy, and to be clear, Hydro opened up, or True North opened up, and they took market out of the Class A, and they didn't take market out of the Class A for $20. They took market out of the Class A and they moved them up to 50% plus in rent. That is a significantly greater rent than what was previously been experienced in the marketplace. And that building isn't sitting half vacant, or 3/4 vacant, a quarter vacant. They're building these. And then they built another building, Qualities, which they moved into for that space. You see the demand. And it's such as that are in place here and that Qualities building. You see that demand. That has to be reflective of the rent, and that has to be reflective of the vacancy associated with that rent. We don't see vacancy right now with that rent, with that level of rent. So to put it to 11%, I think that would be creating a disparity between what's actually occurring in the usual Class A marketplace versus these new buildings that simply don't experience that vacancy.
Okay. Hence the adjustment.
Yeah. And it's not a,
No,
it's
I'm
a
just
3%.
Yeah, I'm asking, it's, 25% adjustment, so.
Yeah.
If you look at it that way, it's an adjustment, okay, all right. And I see there actually is no dispute about expense rates, so. That's okay, all right, I have no additional, go ahead.
I just want to redirect a couple quick questions. With respect to the True North Towers, are those LEED buildings at all?
Gold.
Those are both gold? And same question for the Wawanesa building. It is a LEED building or not?
I would believe it'd be the same standard as the True North Towers, would be gold, but I haven't,
You haven't heard that?
no, had it under appeal. I believe it was gold, yes.
Okay. Fair enough.
Sorry, I had to think back to that.
Thank you. Those are my additional questions.
Mr. Slaughter, then the floor is yours.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair. I do have rebuttal evidence.
So we'll go through your main evidence first, deal with questions on it, and then we'll go to your rebuttal after.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
So I'll make a few opening remarks, but the document I'll refer to first is our direct evidence. It's doesn't say capitalization, it says the property address. And I think if the panel could please turn to page 6, start there with some photographs and overall description. I'll just start by saying, just to introduce the property again, Mr. Pohl has gone through it quite thoroughly, but it is a 15-year-old Class A office tower. It has never once been referred to a Class AA, not once, not anything in evidence. Any market study that we see never contemplated Class AA until 2018, when True North was built. The tower is constructed or designed for a few different purposes, but specifically, the primary purpose is to act as a model of energy efficiency. It's not designed based on market preferences. As a bit of history, when Manitoba Hydro purchased Winnipeg Hydro in 2002, one of the requirements was that Manitoba Hydro build a headquarters in downtown Winnipeg. And in doing so, Manitoba Hydro then took an extra step and they wished to build a model of energy efficiency. They wished to build something that the market could not build because the market would not pay for. And that is a building that attained 60% of the energy use, or had 60% less energy use than a typical Class A tower at that time in 2005 when being designed. They looked to the technology in Europe of certain other buildings that use this combination of passive and active systems. They used that and they designed Manitoba Hydro. It was a bit of an experiment as they went. And when it comes to the goal of attaining energy efficiency, it did extremely well. This is a property that every Manitoban should be proud of, and I am. And I love visiting this property. I've had the honor or privilege to work with Manitoba Hydro now since 2015. I had a chance to sit down for hours with one of the authors of the reports, Tom Ackerstream, and talk about the building. And I learned a lot about the building. And I learned enough about the building to conclude that I would not move my office there. And there are reasons for that. Any building that is designed like this ultimately will have sacrifices, both in a high cost, obviously, that the market will not bear. How do I know that? Because it's never been done before. If it could be done, it would have been done. How do I state that further? It has not been done since. No other tower has been built like this since. The towers that we see now are using technology that didn't exist then to achieve energy efficiencies, which are comparable, which achieve what owners and tenants want as far as green building technology. And we're heading in the right direction, and thank goodness we are. But they also achieve the tenant flexibilities and comforts that the Manitoba Hydro Place, while it is an outstanding building, cannot because of its design. The awards that were mentioned, to be clear, are all about the energy efficiency, well-deserved, a decade old. What has happened essentially, if I'm to sum up this entire appeal, is that another tower came along that's a superior tower, a AA tower, and I'll talk about why it is superior. And the assessor has now looked to that as the sole evidence of value. Well, to put it a different way, if a younger, better athlete were to walk in the door right now, it doesn't matter how many trophies I have from a decade ago on my mantle, which I don't have any, I am no better an athlete. The fact is, this building is a Class A building that's performing in a market that is softening. So let's talk a little bit on page 6 and 7 about that design and what it actually means, what it actually does. Mr. Pohl had described it very well, and you saw it from the photos. If I was to describe it simply, it's shaped like an A from above. And the reason is that the flat part of the A, and this was specific in the site selection, faces south so that it maximizes the south winds and solar energy. The air comes into the building through three, what we call atria, which are like almost the lungs of the building. And those atria have waterfalls in them, water for humidity. So the natural fresh air comes in, it's treated with the humidity, and then it flows through each of the floors under the floor. This is a very important point. There is no HVAC system as we see in typical office buildings. And again, if this was the prototype for future design of office towers, we would see that design over and over again, but we don't. We see a return to HVAC systems. The air comes through the floor, through a plenum, and it comes up naturally because the hot air rises, and it flows. The reason for the A shape is it flows to the end, to the north end, where it then goes up the solar chimney, and the warm air is released, except in winter. They then draw the warm air down and it circulates into the parkade. That combined with the geothermal system is how they heat and cool the building. How they control that, and Mr. Pohl had talked about that, and this is one of the most expensive parts of the building, is that they have almost 2 layers of cladding on the outside. There's one set of windows on the entire building, about I think it's about a 3-foot catwalk in between, and then a second set of windows. And all of these windows are computerized to open and close depending on the temperatures inside and outside. But let's think about a couple things that what this does. It achieves energy efficiency. Do not get me wrong, it's fantastic for that. But what does that mean for the tenant? It means number one, you cannot demise these spaces. It is designed for a single occupant. You cannot have wall to ceiling walls to demise separate places within the building because it disrupts the airflow. The only place we see that in the building are on the executive floor and in the podium, floors 1 to 3. Otherwise, you cannot demise the space. So a tenant has inflexibility, and this is one of the number one characteristics of a Class A office building. Number two, because you do not have an HVAC system, you cannot control the flow of the air to specific areas. The reason we can sit in this boardroom right now comfortably is because the HVAC system has been designed to allow airflow and ventilation specifically here. And if we were to cut this room up into smaller rooms, we would then, by code, require other vents to make sure that each area has the ventilation and heating. But it has the flexibility. You can do that. You can't do that in the hydro tower. And I hope I explained why that is. It's specifically because of the design. Again, there are sacrifices to attain something so great as the energy efficiency that they have. There has to be sacrifices. Otherwise, this would be done all the time. The building has an extraordinary amount of mechanical systems. A great amount of the area, about 30% is sorry, not that much, but a great amount of the area is eroded by vertical penetrations and mechanical areas. Now, one of the important points to think about with cost, and we should not think about cost when we're talking about an office property. The market doesn't value office by cost, especially when the property is 15 years old. But it is something I wondered about. What was it that drove the cost so high? Well, first of all, this was an experiment. They're learning as they go. Secondly, there are many things which I would call functional obsolescence, which they would not do again. And this comes after extensive interviews with the people involved. They would have never done the glazing with what's called low iron glass. That is extremely expensive. And the fact is, technology has changed completely. You now can get glazing on windows that have solar panels in them, so that you're accomplishing more than just temperature control. You're gaining energy. So the technology in 2009, as groundbreaking as it was, is not as groundbreaking today. Never mind that True North is taking advantage of all of the new technology to attain the energy efficiencies in a more efficient way, but still retaining the flexibility of the floor space for the tenants. All other Class A towers are undergoing HVAC improvements and enhancements to stay competitive. The humidification of the air that I mentioned in the atria is also something that Manitoba Hydro would have to look at again very seriously, because they said it doesn't quite work as they hoped. I actually read this again in some studies that were done by other engineers after the fact. There was a great quote actually, and I don't mean to misquote it, but the person's conclusion was, when it comes to what they've accomplished, Manitoba Hydro should be lauded because they almost got it right. And I thought that summed this up great. So the humidity, what happens is, because they can't really control it, they're taking fresh air and flowing it through. On a humid day, the inside of the building is extremely humid. In the beginning, they would actually have dripping condensation. And in the winter, it gets extremely dry. They have trouble controlling that humidity. Another sacrifice that is different than a typical office building, which can control these factors with superior HVAC systems, but maybe not to the same efficiency. The other interesting thing about the atria is that they have, again, the whole building is designed for energy efficiency. Everything else comes after. So the atria have to be 6 stories high, which meant the building had to be constructed in increments of 6. So that for 2,000 employees, they now have 517,000 square feet. And that is a higher number per square feet per employee than we typically see in the market. It's not based on the market. It's based on the design. They had to do these things. It had to be 18 stories tall, plus the mechanical. Lastly, to attain the airflow through the building, there cannot be anything obstructing it from the ceiling, which is why the ceiling remains completely concrete. There is no HVAC, I mentioned that. And also, there is no ceiling tiles. So sound attenuation in the Manitoba Hydro building is not great. You can hear somebody at one end talking on the other. And for that reason, many executives that aren't on the executive floor have requested of Manitoba Hydro, can I please have an enclosed office? And the answer is no. It is very costly for them to close in an office and provide the proper ventilation through. And secondly, it disrupts the airflow for which the building is designed. These are things that somebody doesn't think about when they're thinking about the comparisons of different types of Class A or AA buildings. And the last point is, again, I mentioned the area-specific control that you can have with HVAC. Manitoba Hydro doesn't have that. It's one temperature for the floor, and an employee is allowed to override the computer system and open their window for up to 2 hours, I think it is. But that's the only control they have. And the result is, in the summertime, you won't see many people sitting on the south end because it gets very, very warm. And it's not the ideal layout for the efficiencies, the flexibility that the market would want. So that hopefully gives a very, very high level view of how the building is constructed and the sort of impacts that it has. Now, if I could ask you to turn to page 13. We agree that the income approach is the appropriate approach to value the property. And step one in the income approach by a direct capitalization method is to look at the potential market rent. The first step in determining the fee simple market value is to determine the market rent. And market rent is defined in the real estate investment analysis and advanced income appraisal text as the rent that property would most probably command in the open market, given reasonable exposure. It is indicated by the rents paid as per the recently signed arm's length leases. And when we go through appraisal texts, we see that step one should be look to the property at the performance, but look to recently signed leases. Of course, subject property only has the main floor and one office on the second floor of this lease, so we don't necessarily have that. Then we look at the definition of appraisal or market rent in the appraisal of real estate third edition. And it states the most probable rent that a property should bring in a competitive and open market reflecting all conditions and restrictions of the typical lease agreement, including the rental adjustment and revaluation, permitted uses, use restrictions, expense obligations, term concessions, renewal and purchase options, and tenant improvements. So what this is saying is that you have to look at apples to apples. And so if you have a rent that is inflated by considerable tenant inducement, one doesn't deduct the tenant inducement to come to a net effective rent. That's what the board decisions have said not to do. But certainly, one would consider that that rent's high because the landlord paid $7 million and amortized it into the rent. That's a factor that anybody in the market would consider. So the text is guiding us to consider tenant inducements in our analysis as far as comparability. Lastly, when we're looking at market rents in a market where we are to hone in on the most recent activity, which makes sense, the market's changed. And in Winnipeg, we've never really had this before. It's always been like this, steady and gradually increasing. We don't have that right now. We have quite a disruption, which started, in my opinion, around 2018. And we have a softening of the market. So if I want to look at what the market behavior is at April 1st, 2023, I am cautious to look at a lease that was signed in, let's say, 2015. During what I like to call the renaissance of downtown Winnipeg. A lot of different factors happening in the market. And if that lease in 2015 had step-ups that were pre-described and negotiated at that time, that's not an indication of market behavior at April 23. That's something that two parties estimated where they thought things should go based on the facts before them at the time. As stated in the June 2015 article, Office Buildings Income Valuation and Mass Appraisal Consideration. This is from the IAAO magazine, the guiding body for assessors. It states a lease step up during the lease term in the majority of cases should not be considered to be at market and should not be used within a current market rent study. Lease renewals can be similar unless you know that the lease renewal is not based on a prescribed option negotiated at the commencement of the lease, then it holds about as much weight as a step up. The only caveat with renewals is not all renewals are based on options. Renewals can be at market, but you need to investigate. These are things that an appraiser needs to do when they're looking at a market rent analysis. Now, we'll talk again about inducements because I think there may be different opinions on what inducements actually are. Inducements are paid for by the landlord to induce the tenant to occupy the space. They can be offered in the form of directly paying for requested improvements. They can provide a cash allowance, or they could be free rent. As stated in the same article from the IAAO, when negotiating a lease, the tenant often wants the landlord to upgrade or somewhat change the existing space. The landlord typically pays for this expense and then amortizes the cost to the tenant in the form of increased rent over the lease period. That's how the inducement works. As stated on page 5.18 of the appraisal text real estate investment analysis, when a landlord pays the prospective tenant a sum of money to enter the lease, it is called a tenant inducement. So it can be, here you go to Hawaii with your family, or it can be, we'll put this money into the space. These are both inducements. On page 3.8 of the same text, regarding tenant improvements, it is imperative to check to see if the rent reflects the amortized cost of the improvements if carried out on behalf of the lessee by the lessor. If we're able to, we are to look at these things and we're to take them into account. Page 15. We now look to what the market in market studies as of Q1 23 is saying about asking rents. Again, these are asking rents, not actuals. In my experience, in this market right now, you will have a delta of between 10 to 20% between asking and attained. And that can fluctuate, of course, depending on the amount of tenant inducement. Class AA. It is defined on page, if I could direct your attention, please, to page 66. Yeah, 66. Again, Class AA is not a term that we had ever heard in the Winnipeg market until 2018. It's never mentioned in any study. We have never seen it mentioned as a description for any of the buildings, including Manitoba Hydro Place. On page 66, Colliers defines what they feel are AA in downtown Winnipeg, and the total inventory is 404,300 square feet. That's basically true north. May actually, in their opinion, include Centerpoint. It does not include Manitoba Hydro Place, which is over 500,000 square feet and is considered part of the A. That is consistent. That is static. Nothing has changed. Back to page 16. Sorry, 15. They state that the asking rent for that building, which is true north, is $32 a square foot. We used to work for this building, and I'll talk more about this in rebuttal, but I know what the $32 is based on. In almost every case, to get $32, they're willing to put in between $8 to $10 a square foot per year of the lease. The landlord invests that into the space to make it basically turnkey. That's how they get $32 a square foot. Class A. The Class A market asking rent is hovering around $20. That's pretty consistent by all parties. I won't go into the others. The Colliers Winnipeg office market report that I directed your attention to from from the previous cycle, Q1 21, stated, in general terms, rental rates remain relatively flat, but lease inducements have increased, compressing net effective rents in Winnipeg CBD. The lesson to be learned here is do not be fooled by face rents. They do not tell the entire story. A landlord might be having to put in increasing amounts of money in inducements in order to attain those face rents. And yet, face rents aren't increasing, they're static. Now we flash ahead to April 23. Avis and Young states, we continue to see landlords provide significant incentives to attract qualified tenants to lease downtown office space. Page 16. Altus has the privilege of working for all of the Class A buildings. So I was able to analyze all the rents, everything that's attained in each building. And that includes rents that are older, newer, step-ups, renewals, the whole thing. And on page 16, we have a summary of what those rents are. They average $18.70 a square foot. There's nuances about each one, but I won't get into that here. The one nuance I will mention is that 311 Portage is at the high end, and it's a newer tower, it's 2015. It is geothermal. It has a ventilation system that is like nothing else in the Class A market. It is a very good property. But the main rent, almost the entire building, is leased by Stantec. Stantec designed the building. So I would really question if that's a truly arm's length lease. Secondly, the building is starting to experience at April 23 vacancy because Stantec is downsizing and IQ Matrix's lease comes up shortly after. The building is in trouble, let's put it that way. Then we look to page 17. So we have guidance from the IAAO, from the appraisal text. How do we approach a market rent study? We should be looking at the leases in the building. I'll get to those in a moment, but really we don't have any, we only have 1 or 2 office CRUs, so we can't really look too much at the subject. So we look to market. We should not look at the past. We should focus our attention on the relevant years. I start personally at mid-2020. That's when the pandemic started, and that's when things really took a change, not because of the pandemic, but because of the change in behavior as far as work from home. We don't look at step ups, and we only look at renewals if we can ascertain that that was actually a new negotiation. And when we've done that, we have 21 Class A lease transactions in downtown Winnipeg. They're shown on page 17. The very first 2 are the ones I mentioned from CRA. Now, I have a bit of difficulty with the conclusion that we should ignore this lease, but include anything that is clearly inflated by landlord investment. What this lease is showing us, this is based on my conversations with the landlord, is the effect of economies of scale. That is a real factor that the market takes into account when leasing space. The more space you lease, the more buying power you have, and the more willing the landlord is to give you a lower rate. We don't see it often though, because it's only evident when all other things are equal. So we may find an office tower that is 100% occupied by one tenant and it has a very high rent. Well, let's take a look at that. Perhaps the building was built to suit. The landlord did everything that the tenant wanted and just basically said it costs this, so you're paying this, which is the amortized amount. That's not really a market rent, so it's not all other things equal. But what this is showing us is that if you want to lease multiple floors in a Class A tower, lower floors, it is tougher. They were having vacancy issues there. And this was an RFP that they bid on. And the conclusion was that CRA would pay $16.45 semi-gross. There are things that they don't pay in their lease. The calculation that I come for a net rent varies year to year. Actually, I think I am a little low here for April 23. When I took a second look at it, I think it's closer to $11.75 a square foot, but it is lower. That is a real lease for a large amount of Class A space. But even if we exclude that from this analysis, the weighted average of the new transactions in the Class A office is approximately $18 a square foot. We see lower rents on the lower floors. I have a description here, Madam Chair, of each of them. For the sake of time, I won't go through each one. Okay, but the summary you'll see in my comments is we see the effect of economies of scale. We see the effect of the floors. Lower floors typically are going to be lower. The higher floors seem to command between $16 and up to $21 a foot. And where we do see rents above $20, based on my investigation, in fact, we do see significant TIs. In one case, for index 20, it was $70 a square foot. That's not even that high a rent. Comparison number 21, it was $80 a square foot. These are high inducements. It's beyond market. I have a bit of experience in this actually, because I was involved in the negotiation for our space, Class A space. And I know that in the negotiation, it's almost a pendulum. Landlord would say, hypothetically, the space that you want in the Richardson building will be $17 a square foot. And we look at it and go, well, the office sizes are all wrong. It's painted purple and the boardroom is tiny. Okay, we can change that. And it's gonna cost $70 a square foot for us to change all the drywall and redirect the HVAC and redo the office to your specifications, which isn't even much. We're not asking the world. But we take that $70 and we amortize it in the rent. Calculate the number, your rent will be $19.50. So we can take it as is for 17, or we can have the landlord invest dollars and get to $19.50. So if I'm moving into the next office down, if I'm the next tenant in and I look over and say, hey, Altus is paying $19.50, I guess we're gonna have to pay $19.50. They would be wrong, because we had the landlord put in $70 a square foot over our 10-year lease. It's the pendulum. And you have to consider that when you're looking at any given rent. When you see a high rent, it isn't just because the stars aligned and someone got lucky. It's probably because something happened in the negotiation. That's true north. So not only is it a superior, newer property in a different classification, it's highly induced. Page 19. These are rents or asking rents for the CRUs within the subject property. Again, the podium of the property, the first 3 floors are a little different. They do have the ability to demise into separate units. And there are separate units separately assessed, some for retail purposes, some more for office purposes. And I'll go through each one. And as I go through these, I want you to keep in mind that the hypothesis that the design of this building would enhance market rent is proven false. Unit 104. So on the main level, it is occupied by Clay Oven. They have a small restaurant that's 1,410 square feet. Their lease had been higher, commencing in 14, but in 2022, they renegotiated. They amended the lease, and the renegotiation resulted in a net rent of $21 a square foot. For a main floor restaurant in a Class A tower, that is not high. Next door is Rudy's. Rudy's restaurant has 5,500 square feet and a patio. Their lease commenced again in 2021 at $11.08. There's a percentage rent clause. They've never met the sales in order to exercise the percentage rent. This is not the sort of rent that we would find in a Class AA office tower with all the enhancements that were described. The market does not seem to be responding. The next unit is on the second floor. It's more of an office. It's a dental office, actually. And that dental office leased from 2016 to 2020 at $16 a square foot. They then vacated. It's been vacant since. The next unit is Marcello's Restaurant, right on Portage Avenue. 3,422 square feet. They vacated, and I think they were paying in the 20s for that space. They vacated, and on March 18, 2023, Cushman and Wakefield listed that space for lease for $18 net. No interest. The Royal Bank is an exception. They're 8,900 square feet. They exercised the option in their lease from 2009 at the prescribed rent to continue from 2019 to 2024 at $32 a square foot. But again, this is not substantially higher than any bank on the main floor of a downtown office tower. Lastly, unit 102, 103. This is an office/retail unit that faces Edmonton Street on the main floor. It used to be used by Manitoba Hydro as their bill payment center. They didn't need it anymore. They put it on the market, 2,588 square feet, listed in March 2023 for $15 a square foot. No interest. Page 20. When we're valuing the property, we, as Mr. Pohl had said, we have to imagine, well, if it's in the fee simple, so who's going to occupy this building? And it's designed for a single occupant, basically. So if a single occupant, including Manitoba Hydro, were to now lease this property, they would hopefully not lease it for $1 more than they need to. They'd be looking at the market and they would be competitive. But one of the things that we'd be considering, and a landlord would consider, is the economies of scale principle that I mentioned earlier. This is established over and over and over again by municipal boards. The appraisal text teaches us that physical characteristics such as size need to be considered. Municipal board order for 444 St. Mary Business Assessment of Great West Life. They have 87,000 square feet thereabouts. The board stated, though the assessor did not make any adjustments for the economy of scale, not for the though the assessor did not make any adjustments for the economies of scale, not for the location. The board is of the opinion that economy of scale should be a factor. Generally speaking, this would mean the larger the space, the lower the rent. They stated again in order AO3380. I'll just highlight the quote. Since economy of scale generally results in larger areas renting at lower rates. Again, the wrong board order here. It's 06118. An adjustment must be made to the best lease comparable to allow for its smaller size. Board order AO7198. Larger spaces generally rent for lower amounts than smaller spaces, etc., etc. What we've done in our analysis, though, is say in the best case scenario, could multiple tenants occupy the building, perhaps floor to floor? Maybe. Not if hydro is there because of security reasons. But if I bought the building and I said, okay, I could have Manitoba Hydro on here for something less, and it's occupied the whole building, or I'll open it up to the market. I can't demise the floors. I have no flexibility to do so, but arguably I could lease out floor to floor. So for that reason, I haven't used economies of scale in my determination of market rent. But if we are to assume that Manitoba Hydro is going to be the occupant, we should be looking at a lower per square foot rate because it would be for the entire building. So in my analysis, and keeping in mind that last cycle, a rent of $19.75 a square foot was applied, which I didn't agree with, but I've actually gone higher. I've used $20. What I've done is I took the highest end of the Class A market rents, Class AA, not tenant-induced Class AA rents, the highest end of Class A. In other words, I think I'm being very optimistic and quite fair. $20 a square foot for the entire 517,000 square feet of leasable floor space from floors 4 to 18. Floors 4 to 22. Page 22, vacancy allowance. The typical parameters for a Class A office tower in downtown Winnipeg for April 2023 are 11%. We have that in the parameters, which is included in the appendix, but I'll just mention it's there for the board's reference and won't see the term. But we always look at the actual performance in the market. We look first to the broker studies. Some of the brokers break out True North as a Class AA, others blend it in with the entire Class A. If it's broken out, of course, it has only 3% vacancy, that being True North. But regardless, if you look at the vacancies across, they're ranging from 13% when we don't include True North to a high of almost 19% according to Capital. The Class A vacancy is high. Now, again, we represent every building, so I've gone through every one. I've looked at only the office space, not the main floor retail, not concourse, not storage, just office space. And I conclude that as of the year end 2022, the vacancy is approximately 17%. I apologize, 311 Portage. After I did this brief, I did learn that Stantec, in fact, did downsize by March 23, and they have an 11% vacancy as well. Downtown Winnipeg office vacancy, while already elevated as of the reference date, is expected to increase in the immediate future because, as Mr. Pohl mentioned, soon Wawaniso will be occupying 300,000 square feet of the new tower. Well, that's just going to have more of a domino effect through the rest of the market. So it's only going to get worse. Not to mention that what we're seeing now is something called shadow vacancy, which is where we don't see it when we look at the rent rolls, but we see it when we walk through the building. We see a tenant like Skip the Dishes where there's nobody there. We know that the lease is coming up at the end and we think, what happens next? They're going to downsize or vacate. But that's not contemplated here. And so in conclusion, I mean, we have an elevated vacancy in the market. in the Class A market, I don't see any reason why we wouldn't apply the typical market vacancy allowance, especially when we're assuming that we're going to be leasing the hydro tower floor by floor. There's no way they're going to lease all 18 floors for $20 a square foot. There's going to be vacancy. I think 11% is very conservative. So we've applied 11%. Shortfall rate. The city applies $17 a square foot. In almost every case, we ask for a higher shortfall rate because we look at the actual recoverable expenses. In this case, as Mr. Pohl had mentioned, we have efficiencies. By my calculations, I've looked at as many towers as I could. And what I've seen is that while utility rates are increasing because of the investment that the market is putting into their systems and trying to meet LEED certifications, those costs are increasing at a lesser amount. So while the hydro tower in 2009 may have attained 60 to 70% less energy use than a typical Class A, that delta is less because the Class A's have improved themselves. What we find now is that hydro tower, which sits just under $1 a square foot for total utilities, and that is on the income expense mailer and appendix, a typical Class A now is around $2 a square foot. Some are a bit higher, some like 311 Portage are lower, that is geothermal. So I'd average about $1 a square foot savings in utilities. So for that reason, I've used a lower shortfall. And in fact, because hydro has not invested any money into the building since 2009, nothing. Tens of millions of dollars are going to Class A buildings to compete. Hydro doesn't have to do that because they have their own they're occupying themselves. So they have less major expenses which are recoverable, which inflate other buildings' expenses. And the conclusion is that their expenses are $15.28 a square foot of taxes. So therefore, we use a lower shortfall rate of $15 a square foot. And again, that's actually enhancing the value. We're recognizing the efficiencies in the shortfall rate. Page 24, non-recovered expenses. I won't spend a lot of time on this as we have in the past. I'll state this. We are still 100% of the opinion that this is a very important item. We never cared if it was recognized in the NOI or in the cap rate. It exists, the market recognizes it. Appraisal teaches us we could recognize it either way. Our concern was we didn't see that the city recognized it in a different cap rate once they took the 5% management allowance away. So we felt it was a double counting. We went to the municipal board, we argued that in our opinion, unless it can be proven that everything is calculated properly, we should return to the 7%, and the board elected to not go to that because our 7% included leasing commissions. So they said, no, we'll use 4 in that case, is what they used. They did say a couple important things. They said that they'll look site specifically at this item. But what they never said is that we're not considering these very important expense items. We're just not deducting it from the income, which means it's moved below the line and it should be recognized either in your capitalization rate or, as many appraisers do, as a lump sum deduction from the capitalized value. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time here except to say that we agree with the 3%, but I hope it's understood why we're changing our tune this time. It's not that we're ignoring tenant inducements. That would be counter to market behavior. Lastly, the capitalization rate. I'll try and make this as quick as possible, Madam Chair, but we do have a separate document. Okay, capitalization rate study. And this is pertaining to all downtown office. I'll just allow you to turn to that first, and then I'll move through this fairly quickly because I think you've heard us talk a lot about the principles involved in how we approach a cap rate analysis. We start with the preamble, and I know from the audience in this room, I don't need to go through this. Everybody knows this well. But there are 3 important factors that are highlighted as, I guess, the umbrella factors that influence a capitalization rate. These certainly aren't all of the factors. There's a whole laundry list. But if you're to sum them up, really what's influencing the cap rate is the perceived risk. So you determine your stabilized year 1 NOI, which we tried to do here. We tried to look at the market. We tried to say, you know, we hope that we can get $20 a square foot. We're going to have vacancy erosion, et cetera, et cetera. We look at the risk of that going into the future. We look for the expectations of it increasing, not great for downtown office. And lastly, we look at the required returns of other investment vehicles, right? Because the principle is, if I'm going to invest in this building, I'd better get a better return than I would with a GIC at RBC. Because I have risk involved with an office tower, I have illiquidity in an office tower. So the principle is, we always have to be above what you would get for a risk-free investment in a cap rate. And that's why one of the important points or factors, in the calculation or determination of cap rate is what is the borrowing cost of money? Because that influences the returns on other investment vehicles. We talk about what not to do in a cap rate study. I won't get into that because we don't really have, Mr. Pohl is relying on the city's opinion that it should be 5.9%. But there's many things that we try not to do in a cap rate study, and then we get into the effect of interest rates. So here's some important graphs I'd like to draw your attention to on page 7, please. We think about what we've been discussing and what the assessor had done and what the market was saying last cycle, April 21. And the conclusions at that time were Class A office was at 6% capitalization rate. We thought it should be a bit higher. We said 6.25 because of the specter of what we saw happening in the market. At the top of page 7, we see what the 5- and 10-year commercial mortgage rate, the Bank of Canada rate, the overnight rate, benchmark interest rate. And in 2021, it was next to 0. And it had been low. It had been under 2% all the way through the 2010s. This is what was really driving a lot of investment into office. And it's one of the things that when I talk about the renaissance of downtown Winnipeg, it was really a renaissance of commercial real estate. Winnipeg had other factors going on at the time. So we come from an environment where the Bank of Canada rate is near 0. I think it was 0.25. And in mid-22, it started escalating drastically. And this was a response to inflation. From about mid-22 to the end, it skyrocketed. And by the reference date, April 23, it was about 450 basis points. So we saw an increase in that borrowing rate of 425 basis points. It then has an effect on down the line. So we see mortgage rates, they increase in that period. Actually, just from August 22 to April 23, mortgage rates went up 200 to 300 basis points because of this increased borrowing cost. So now lenders are charging more on the rates because of the increased borrowing cost. So I go to buy a property, and hypothetically, 70% of my purchase price is in debt. And the bank is charging me 200 to 300 basis points more. I need to get a better rate of return out of this office tower just to cover my debt costs. Plus, I know that I can put my money in a GIC now and get 4%, whereas before I got next to nothing. So I'm going to expect a higher rate of return. That's how the cap rates increase. We then look at cap rates across the country on page 8. This is from Altus's study. And we see the increase in that period of the 10-year Government of Canada bond yield. It's jumped up from 2021 to 23. And it's a lagged effect, but definitely we see the cap rates starting to trend upwards. And this is all cap rates across the country. Because keep in mind, this is only one factor that will influence cap rate. So in some cases, this will have very little effect on the cap rate, like for industrial. Because there's so many other good things happening that investors counter it with the expectation for appreciation in their investment. But with office, there's really nothing to counter this. We have a rather grim scenario coming forward with work from home, increased vacancies, softening of the market. So this does have an effect on the office market. I quote the Collier's Canada Cap Rate Report Q1 23. Cap rates in Winnipeg have begun to increase due to rising rate environment, which is consistent with other locations across Canada. We then turn to page 9. This is Winnipeg. Sorry, no, this is national. This is all office across the country. And what I just mentioned is 100% true. Lending rate goes up. Borrowing rate goes up, cap rates go up because there's nothing else to buffer it. And this is for office. So they've increased, you can see here. Let's take as an example, downtown AA and A nationally went from 5.5 to 6.5%. 100 basis points in that period. I have quotes here about the office market. I won't get too much into, but it talks about what investors were feeling about the office market because of what they see with the hybrid work model and the amount of vacancy that that's causing. Then we move specifically to Winnipeg. So we've now seen office on a national basis. We come to Winnipeg. Winnipeg has another layer of complexity added in downtown office because of the imbalance between supply and demand. True North started that imbalance in 2018, while Wawanesa is going to exacerbate that imbalance in 2024. According to the Colliers Canada National Market Snapshot Q1 23, Winnipeg office vacancy had continued to increase, reaching 14% by Q1 23. Further, net asking rents have started to decline, averaging $16 in that period. The downtown market was feeling more pressure than suburban market, although the suburban market saw an increase in vacancy to start in 23. As of April 23, it was also well known that True North was building a second 19-story, 300,000 square foot Class AA office tower. See, again, they're specifying. Hydro was never called a Class AA, and now they're specifying that these are AA. As stated in the Capital Office Market Snapshot Q1 23, notable news in the quarter included Wawanesa Insurance putting its building at 200 Main Street up for sale. Along with nearby surface lot at 165 Fort Street, they are currently preparing to move into their new downtown tower at True North Square 2024. And that had a ripple effect through the leases, mainly in the Class B, but it certainly affects all of the properties. And the last quote I'll mention, with higher interest rates remaining, elevated construction costs, and a relatively large amount of office vacancy on the market, landlords have begun 2023 by shifting their focus on updating and improving their office buildings as a way to attract more tenants back into the workplace. So all those A's are improving. My metaphor of the athlete coming in the room, all the other athletes who are my age have been going to the gym. So everybody is upping their product, and the competition is getting fiercer. Now we look to what the broker reports say for capitalization rates in downtown Winnipeg office. Again, Cushman breaks out Class AA, and again, as I showed you, that was defined only as True North and Wawanesa pending, not Manitoba Hydro. The rest talk about Class A as a whole. And the capitalization rates are typically 6.5 to 7.5, which makes sense from what we saw last cycle because it's about 50 to 100 basis points higher. That's the effect of the increasing cost of money. Colliers is the outlier. They state 6 to 7, but I'll explain that at the end because they actually sent out a public correction. They never changed their cap rates from the past. So we definitely see that increase, and we see Class A sitting at 6.5 to 7.5%. And then at the bottom, we see the summary coming from CBRE, and office downtown Class AA and A is the turquoise line, shooting straight up from 21 to 23, increasing from just under 6% to 7%. We've looked at 6 office properties that have transacted in the market. I'll really only talk about the first ones, which are downtown. The very first one, I think, is a great example. I will point this out that I talked about consistency, the importance of consistency when determining cap rates, that we have to value the year one income in the same way that we do the subject property. So if we're applying market vacancy allowances, if we're using market rents, if we're using 3% or 7% for the non-recovered, this has to be consistent. And we've done that here. We've been consistent with how we approach our typical valuations. The first property that sold in this set of comparisons here, and again, we're not looking to the past, we're looking at recent sales, basically from 2019 up, 5 years. There's a downtown Class B office tower, not far from the subject property. It has a strong provincial covenant for the majority of the building. It's adjacent to a full underground parkade, and it's connected to the elevated walkway system. It was listed in 2021 for $34 million. It eventually sold in September 22 for $25.5 million, a considerable erosion. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that they listed it in an environment where interest rates were low and they thought the cap rates should be pretty healthy. Things changed. It had a very strong occupancy, but it crept up at the time of sale. We recognize that in our analysis. We recognize actual rents and market rents. We've tried to be as consistent with our methodology as possible, and the capitalization rate that we derive is 7.5%. This is a Class B. What this does in my mind is corroborate our faith in the broker studies. If we go back to what I described in the broker studies, Class A is typically 6.5 to 7.5. Class B is 7 to 8.5. So we feel that it's on the right track. Of course, Class A will be lower than Class B. Carlton Street is a bit different because the investor, although it wasn't marketed this way, the investor recognized that this was a poor performing asset, at least on one side, and they intended to convert it to multi-res. But the sale is, of course, based on market as an office. And the capitalization rate we calculate here with an elevated vacancy of 25% is 8.7%. And we see a similar high cap rate a couple of years back for 433 Main Street. Both of these properties are called Bs, but B minus, I think at best. But that transacted at 8.18%, and the same thing, the investor found potential to convert a majority of this building to multi-res. Then we have 3 suburban office properties that I won't get into. But the point is that the market is impacted. It's impacted by the effects on the NOI. It's now impacted by the effects on capitalization rate from increased borrowing costs. We see that in the market. So for conclusions, on page 19, last cycle, 6% was used for Class A, but Altus felt 6.25 was more appropriate in most cases. We should see a 75 basis point increase to that cap rate because of the cost of money increase and the evidence before you, but we're using 6.75% for Class A. We then would make adjustments to the cap rate based on site-specific characteristics, and I'll sum those up very quickly. High energy efficiency for the subject property, huge plus. A lot of fresh air, great work environment for workers, plus. Inflexible floor plates, minus. And other detrimental effects of the energy design as far as sound attenuation and lack of area-specific climate control, minus. So in the end, we feel that this would probably be performing at the better end of Class A. Better end of Class A is 6.5%. That is exactly what the assessment department uses for Class A office towers. And we have applied 6.5%. Please, if I may bring your attention back to the main brief. We paused there on page 24 to note the cap rate. We concluded at 6.5%. The last piece is the parkade. We examined the rent applied to the parkade. It was consistent with last cycle. We didn't have a concern last cycle. We do think the parkades are being impacted by the same factors that the parent office properties are, but long story short, we're not contesting the valuation of the parkade. So, page 25, how it all fits together. In blue are the areas of contention, not necessarily in our favor. Some of them are going the other way. We definitely have a contention with $28 a square foot as the market rent. We think we're being very optimistic at 20. We have a contention with 8% vacancy allowance. We're using the market 11. We're agreeing with the 3% non-recovered. We are using a lower shortfall rate of 15 rather than 17. And we disagree with the 5.9% cap rate and apply 6.5%. When we run through that calculation and add in the parkade, the market value of the property is $127 million, at $127,029,000 rounded. Very quickly, Madam Chair, I'll just go through the pictures for the board's reference after, but just to describe them. In the appendix on page 27, and Mr. Pohl had done a great job of describing this, and he has actually more pictures than this, but this shows that floor plate design I talked about and why it's difficult to demise that. We see the open concept of the floors, Spartan finish, concrete ceiling, even boardrooms and offices, kind of stop just before the ceiling to allow air to pass through, except on the executive floor. We see the north chimney, that solar chimney. On page 30, we see another interior shot of one of the typical floors. And very basic finish. We see the dental office I had mentioned on the second floor. We see a gym on the second floor. We see the foyer, which is separately assessed. We see another upper floor. We see the parkade, which only has 155 stalls. Mr. Polo had admitted that's pretty low. There's parking in the area, but for the property itself, it is a low parking ratio. And sorry, I'll pause for a moment. There was something I didn't mention about the elevated costs. I mentioned all the reasons why the costs were frankly through the roof, and the market would have never paid such a cost to design this. But another huge factor was as they were designing it, they intended for a lot of the mechanicals with the geothermal to be in the basement and for a second level of parking. But the water table didn't allow for that. And they had to change the design. They actually had to redesign a lot of the building to accommodate that, escalated the costs. So the parkade is one level. We see the truck dock that Mr. Polo and I had agreed based on the municipal board decision on Great West Life would not be part of the BOMA area. We see the 6-story atrium, one of them, and we see penthouse mechanical. We have the summary of the assessment, owner information, building information, I&E form for 2022. The evaluation from last cycle and the board's decision last cycle to reduce the assessment from 138 million rounded to 133. And the evaluation of income producing properties. This basically just shows where the vacancy and shortfall rates are coming from for the model and the parking allowance. And lastly, the market studies. These are the market studies pertaining to market rent and vacancy. The cap rate study has the market studies pertaining to capitalization rate. And at the very end, I mentioned the difficulty in leasing the actual CRUs in the subject property. I have here from March 18th, 2023, the public listings for 2 of the spaces. And again, they were asking $18 a square foot net for the main floor restaurant. And they were asking $15 a square foot for the office / retail that used to be the bill payment center. At the very end is an interesting article talking about the difficulties in downtown Winnipeg, seeing a slow recovery. At the reference date or in September 22, we were at about half the pre-pandemic level of traffic. Manitoba Hydro actually had been quite good. They early mandated staff back 3 days a week. That was, I can't remember exactly when, but certainly well before the rest of the province or the feds. They're still on a 3-day work week now. But what this article is talking about is decreased traffic and the effect on downtown office and retail. And there's actually a quote from the manager of Rudy's Restaurant in the Hydro Tower in this article, but I'll draw more attention to that when we talk about the other CRUs. So that, Madam Chair, will conclude our presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Mr. Ford, do you have questions?
Given the time, I would think we could break for lunch.
I think we should proceed and finish this property, and then we will discuss. We do need to get through this docket today.
May I ask for a 5-minute recess for washing?
So, no problem. We'll recess for 5 minutes. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Before our recess, Mr. Slaughter has just finished presenting his evidence on file number 24-2886, and Mr. Paul, invite you to for your questions, please.
Sure, I'm gonna focus my questions on, I think, the 3 main parameters.
Yes, please.
Rent, vacancy, and capitalization rate. I think that's
Perfect.
really the main focus here, but just to be clear on this appeal, the subject property is not inclusive of the, I would call them amenities within the building, the bank, the dental center, the other smaller spaces that are tenanted. We're specifically speaking to the actual tower. Sure. So.
Mr. Poole, I will ask you again, if you can speak more clearly. You're not just talking to the applicant, you're talking to all of us, and I can't hear you.
I apologize for that. I was specifically referencing, we're just dealing with the roll number of the main tower and not the amenities to the building.
I got that.
Can you please turn to your capitalization rate study? You can confirm that on page 11, Cushman Wakefield, as we both indicated, did break out double A's to 5.25 and 5.75.
Correct.
If we turn over to your page 13, we see that this index number 1 located on Carlton, your PMMI is $12.18, correct?
Correct.
That's significantly less than what we're considering here today, whether there be a run, you're saying a $20 rent for Class A, or what we're putting them in at $28. So that level of risk associated with that earning potential is significantly lower than this comparable. Agree with that?
The risk with the comparable is less. Yes, it's a moderate.
You're buying less income essentially.
Yeah.
By either 50% by your up to the $20 mark, or approximately 100% where we're coming from to the $20.
Right, and you'd see that in the calculation. If I had assumed that they could get higher rent, increase the rent, that would have increased the cap rate because the risk would be higher.
But what I'm saying here is for an older dated building, the income stream is significantly different and less, and you're coming in at 7.48%.
Right.
We go over to page 14. Another building, we've both been through this building. B- at best, it is a Class B building. It has been converted partially over to res because there is simply no market for what was there. Main floor areas are typically retail-ish for that. And the remainder of the section would be, say about 60% of the building would be B space. Again, you're coming in at approximately under $12 a square foot for your PNMI. So again, your income stream is significantly less than what you're purchasing, and you're coming in at a capitalization rate of 8.7%.
Yes, right.
Moving on to page 15, capitalization rate for this building here, we're right across from it. You came up with 8.1% or 8.2% approximately. This building again, PMI of under $10. And it was substantially converted over to multifamily, essentially the two first floors are office, the remainder is multifamily.
Yeah, at the time of sale, it was 100% office, but that was.
Yeah, but they clearly clearly did not purchase it for the income streams that were there. They
This
only
only
wanted for the base building, and they wanted to repurpose it. The B building is still a good bare bones building, it's still a base building, but it wasn't bought for the income stream that was in place.
No, but just to be clear of our opinion on that is that the investor, while they had different intentions, they were purchasing a building in a competition that was valuing the building as office. So in other words, what they're buying is an office income. What they intended to do later is something different.
But at the same time, you're not buying the existing income stream, the risk associated with the multifamily conversion playing factor and entering into that. So
So the cost to convert it would all be part of the calculation.
So when I look at your comparables, you do not have for capitalization rate any downtown A property for a cap rate.
No, to my knowledge, nothing after 2019 as far as Class A in downtown Winnipeg is transacted.
Can you please turn to page 18? I've had this property and I've reviewed the sale of the property and potential listing. Artistry listed this as a Class A suburban asset, correct?
Yeah.
So your analysis, your PMI is 14.25 or $14.25.
That's correct.
So we're still in the range of 50% of where you're seeing $20 for the downtown office, or 20 to 100% from our perspective. All things being equal, it's a call center, one tenant. You're asking, the asking rate, the asking price, I should say, at 16,500,000, and your suggested price that this for sell for be about 15.5, Will get you the cap rate of approximately 6%, 6.05%. So would this not be the best indicator at the moment of a class A office being listed, whether it be suburban or downtown, and given the income that you're putting on it or I'm putting on it, would not a measure below 6% at or below 6% be reflective?
Yeah, no, and I'll answer that in two parts. Number one, I don't find, and to be clear, the cap rate study is all encompassing for office. So we have suburban, we have downtown. But I don't find that the market for suburban office is comparable to the downtown office for various reasons. The fact that this has a massive parking lot is one. The market is different for suburban. We see in the broker studies that the market is still responding to suburban office, unlike for the downtown, which is increasing significantly. So there is a delta between suburban and downtown. Secondly, I think what you're implying, Mr. Cole, is that as the rent increases, the cap rate should decrease. And actually, as I mentioned at the very beginning, that there's no correlation in that way. That actually, conversely, typically, all other things being equal, the higher the rent, the higher the risk of trying to attain that rent. So I wouldn't say that a 6% cap rate on a suburban office, regardless of the rent, is any indication of what we should be applying to a downtown office tower.
So Artist Reed is listing at approximately what's listed, you're projecting a $15.5 million sale for Class A asset. You don't think that is the probably given any weight other than the location?
No, and third reason is, remember, this is an asking rent. So their actual cap rate when they listed was 6.5, I think it was, and then they quickly increased that because of borrowing costs to 6.9. We calculate it though differently because when Artist lists it, or sorry, when they put the cap rate on it in their listing, they're just taking the NOI of the income, right? The actual income. They're not eroding the market vacancy and such. And again, we're trying to be consistent in our approach. So we're actually showing a much lower capitalization rate for a different asset class that hasn't been attained.
Moving on to your brief. You spoke to a couple points, some deficiencies within the building. You spoke to condensation accumulating and some airflow issues. Do you have any expert evidence to submit that would indicate that there is a condensation building problem within the building?
No, this is from interviews with building maintenance and occupants.
So initially they may be in something, but currently as it sits and for a long time, there's no issues.
It's gotten better. It's still a concern. I mean, the quote from their head of maintenance was, "We wouldn't do it like this again." And one of the reasons was the humidification. The second was the low iron glass, which was extremely expensive and actually a bit of a super adequacy.
So, but
It was too much.
aside from your feedback from your ownership group, there's not an engineer's report or consultation to procure with a general contractor of conditions for humidity within the building.
Actually, there is a engineer's study of the building. Let me see if I have that here.
In your evidence.
No, it's not in my evidence, but I do have it here. I think I mentioned it when I was talking. I can refer to that if you'd like.
It's on his evidence.
Okay.
You asked the question,
Yeah.
and if he has it available to answer the question,
That's fine. I'd like to see it first.
well, you can respond to it verbally. But you did ask the question and
I just want to establish that there is no involvement to cure a potential.
Okay. A visit to a LEED Platinum office building out of a Hydro Place in the Green Building Advisor. Well, our glass is specified down below, but here it is. During summer months, chilled water is delivered to the top of each waterfall. The water is cooled by the building's ground source heat pumps. As this chilled water dribbles down the mylar ribbon, humidity in the atrium air condenses on the cold water, increasing the volume of flowing water and dehumidifying the ventilation air. That's the idea anyway. As it turns out, the design doesn't quite work.
So to what is the practice that they're going to implement to fix this?
I'm not an engineer. I'm gonna try to answer that.
Fair enough. I'll move on from that point. Your other position was airflow. You can't demise the floors, given if you put up partitions, if you decided to make one floor plate into two series. You can't, even with minimal partitions, you indicated you can't really do that.
Yeah, you could do what they've done where you have, 3/4 of the way up to the ceiling, but that's not gonna be sufficient. You need soundproofing between offices.
But generally speaking, and I do agree with you, the airflow you would need, this is how the building's designed, but. You could do it, but it would be at a. Again, if you even at a minimalistic, you'd have to have the upper wall open and exposed.
I asked, and again, I'm not an engineer, but I asked this at length over and over again of their maintenance head. You know, could this be done? The answer is no. I mean, they have a couple meeting rooms where they had to enclose them, but he said the cost was immense, and the difficulty for the airflow for the rest of the building was didn't warrant them doing that again. So this is where this quote came up, where he said, we've had many executives throughout the building, not on the executive floor, which is different. And they've said, can we please just have a closed office? And the answer is no. I mean, these sound like small things, but the point is, if we're just going to look at awards from 10 years ago about energy efficiency and conclude that that's going to translate to 50% more value in market rent potential, there are sacrifices to that. There have to be. There always is. And I've gone to great lengths to try and understand what those sacrifices are. And I don't make assumptions. I make assumptions, and then I try and back them up, either with evidence or evidence to refute my assumption or direct interviews. So I try and make sure that what I'm saying, while I don't really understand the mechanics of it, is sound.
So getting back to further along is my question. I think we can agree that if this were to be leased out, if say Hydro reduced their workforce, they were offering a few floors or a third of the building to the marketplace. The market would have to lease out an entire floor.
Yeah, I mean,
Floor, right?
I asked, when I went back to him again, I said, listen, how about each side? Could we lease out each side? Because remember the two pieces of the A. You said, well, you could, but you would completely lose the common area, right? You would not be able to have that area used, which is a significant amount. So we'd be eroding the floor plate by about a third.
Okay.
But you can't demise, and this is a key point I'll talk about in the rebuttal. Class A buildings, one of the biggest things that they try and market for tenants is flexibility. We want the owner wants the tenants to understand that whatever you want, we can do. And that's one of the sacrifices Manitoba Hydro Place had to make.
So if we're looking at it perspective of a floor by floor leasing out at currently in the marketplace, would you agree that there has been a shift for a supervisory management positions where to get an office window? They are now being changed around where they are being brought to the core areas. And the workforce is being exposed to the maximum light. And that is how the market, the higher end market has been evolving. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
Okay, so there would be minimal barrier if you were to lease it out floor by floor and you would put your supervisory offices along, and you can see on my floor plates that are provided on page 88. You would be able to do that through substantial portions of the two floor plates without impeding or minimizing.
Not from my understanding, because that's where the meeting rooms are, exactly where you're describing. And those meeting rooms, as you can see in the pictures, except on the executive floor, have to be
Here, there's
Yeah.
four potential locations.
That's exactly. The whole thing has to have the airflow. So.
PIs. You are indicating that True North, just to be clear, shouldn't be used because they're tenant induced or majority, or you have any evidence of that?
Well, first of all, I didn't suggest that at all. I suggested that when doing a market rent analysis, we need to look into, you made the comment as well, motivations and factors which influenced or may have influenced the rent. We have to understand those. That's all I said. The reason I don't think True North is a good comparison is because it's a different class of building. It's a AA. And I don't think the hydro, there's no evidence that the hydro tower is a double.
Speaking aside from where you class it, for the True North that you have issues with, do you have any rebuttal evidence to indicate that?
We're not on rebuttal.
Sorry, do you have any evidence to indicate, if you look at True North, True North, do you have any evidence to indicate that what exactly the tenant inducements are per tenancy?
You have them as well. They submitted them in their 2021 INE.
Where?
Yeah.
But I want to make it clear that tenant inducements from our perspective have been completely challenged last time at Fort St. Mary's based on a number of years of case law, and there was a full stop on that argument.
It's a different question again, Mr. Poole. The question being asked of the board is, do we deduct the tenant inducements when valuing a property to determine a different NOI? So I'm valuing the Richardson building and I've had X amount of tenant inducements put into place. Do I deduct those from my income or from my rents to determine net effective? And the answer is no. And the answer is no, not because it's necessarily wrong. The answer is no, because of a very astute board decision with Madison Square about 15 years ago. And they said, well, you could, but then you have to make sure your cap rates are done the same way. If you're going to use net effective on your subject, let's see what your cap rates look like. Of course, what would happen? The cap rates would be about half as much as they are right now. So that's what they're actually saying.
So getting to my.
Sorry, Mr. Poole, can I just finish that statement though? But that was the question being asked. The question was never, do tenant inducements exist and do they have an influence on market rent? Well, of course they do. If I'm looking at a house for sale and two other houses that are otherwise exactly similar have sold, one sold for 300 a foot and the other one for 350. And I go and look at those houses and I realize the one that sold for 350 had the kitchen completely redone. Is that a factor I take into account? Of course it is.
With all respect for not talking about this.
No, but we're talking about the concept of the influence of tenant inducements on a market rent.
So getting specific to, I think your issue is. You feel that comparable rents should be somehow reduced based on tenant inducements?
No, not necessarily. I think you have to recognize the factors involved in how a rent is determined. If a rent is extremely high and it just doesn't make sense compared to everything else you're looking at, is there a reason?
So hypothetically speaking, if you felt that this building subject property was a AA and True North is a AA, that you'd be receptive of those rents being put in place.
No, I wouldn't. I would say that if I was to attain those rents, I would have to invest, and my math is in the rebuttal, but it's tens of millions of dollars in order to make sure that the tenants are happy enough to pay me those rents.
So effectively, it still comes back down to tenant inducements.
Yes, that's.
From that point. Vacancy. I was unaware of any vacancy that occurred within True North. Still speaking relatively, there is virtually no vacancy considering the size of Lincoln Street.
No, there was 11,000 square feet and it was on the rent roll submitted to you.
Of 11. Where's that? It's 11,000 square feet. I get your word.
That's about 3%. That's consistent with what Cushman said in the market report. They said AA has 3%.
What I'm stating is of the somewhat 600,000 square feet of Class A office space, Wallace Building True North, there's about 11,000 square feet that's currently available at the reference state.
In True North, 303,000 square feet, I think is the total leasable. They have 11,000 vacant at the reference
But
state.
inclusive of Wallace, which is also.
Well, I think Wawanesa doesn't commence till 2024. I don't have that in evidence here.
Their building that's going to be occupied and is occupied in totality, it's over 200,000.
Yes,
So when you look at the totality of the buildings,
Yeah.
of the totality of the Class A, there's only one CRU that's 11,000 square feet.
Of those two towers, brand new Class AA towers. Now, another thing I'll mention is that you had said that they built Wawanesa and attained the tenant. The tower was designed with Wawanesa since 2016 and it's built to suit with. True North.
Absolutely,
Yeah.
that's precisely what it's. Okay. With that, I think I can get through the rest of it with the substantive argument.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions for Mr. Slaughter?
No, I don't, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Colatruglione?
I'm going to ask a couple of questions regarding, in your opinion, we've talked about the AA buildings being a new category of buildings that we have in the Winnipeg marketplace. And you feel that the subject property does not meet the criteria for being a AA building. And if you could just please dumb it down for me.
Sure.
Because I look at hydro and I can understand the assessor's problem in that prior to True North coming on stream, we didn't have any other building that you could say, well, look, here's something very comparable. And so it's a very, where do you drop the egg kind of thing. And
Okay,
that's-
well, thanks, Mr. Felcher. I'll start with the point that you said it's my opinion that True North is a double A. It's not my opinion. That's established by the market.
Fair.
The market has called it a double A. And that definition didn't exist in downtown Winnipeg until 2018. Hydro Tower has been here since 2009. Hydro Tower has consistently been called a Class A. If the Hydro Tower was a Class AA, if it stood out that much from the other Class As, it would have been known at that time. It would have been defined as such. Now, you're right, it doesn't have the rents, except for the CRUs that I described. It doesn't have the rents in the tower for us to look at. But I have a problem with saying that because something new has come along that is superior, and I don't say this as opinion, I say it because of what the market is saying. 10 years later, that all of a sudden the subject property would enhance itself and should be more comparable to that. And the reasons, now that you asked my opinion on why there is a difference, and the number one difference, in my opinion, on how the market would react to Hydro Tower versus True North is to the point of tenant flexibility.
You've mentioned this many times, and,
Yes.
and I can certainly understand where the difficulties would lie.
Right.
And Mr. Pohl has asked questions along that way with, could it possibly, and you've tried to answer it as best as you can, so.
So I'll say something
Still-
else.
It still is a difficult thing to, right, because ultimately, if hydro building ever came into the marketplace, someone would have to do something with it. Now, if it's a.
That's what this exercise is.
Yes,
Considering what to
exactly,
do.
but you know, you would hope that a tenant would take over the building, but those kind of tenants don't walk around every day looking for a building.
Right.
That's the problem.
And that tenant isn't going to pay 50% more than they would for another Class A tower. Here's another bit of proof that I have, at least a lack of proof to support the hypothesis that the assessor is saying. The assessor says it's a platinum LEED building and it's energy efficient, it has fresh air. Therefore, it will command 50% more in the market. There is no evidence to suggest that. Conversely, we have platinum LEED towers at Portage of Maine. Because remember, all these accolades are 15 years ago. True. 2009, 10, and 11. Green technology has advanced significantly since then. And not only are new towers like Stantec and True North taking advantage of those, the older towers are enhancing themselves to the best of their ability. So to say that a platinum LEED tower like Hydro should command more than other towers is false. How do I know this? 333 Main is a platinum LEED building, 50% vacant. 220 Portage is a platinum LEED building, 25% vacant, asking rent $16. You ask anybody in the market, if I made my building LEED platinum, am I gonna get 20% more on the rent? No. I, as a tenant in a Class A building, am I willing to spend the company money for 20%? I feel great about it. I'm very passionate about green technology. I'm proud of the Hydro Tower. There's no evidence that those factors will enhance the rent. In fact, we do have evidence of how the market reacts by the main floor CRUs and offices. We don't see the evidence of what Mr. Pohl is suggesting. So, Mr. Carl Triglio, I do think there is support to what I'm saying, and I think there is a difference between True North and Hydro Tower.
And so let me explore just a little bit further respecting the savings of the expenses. You said Hydro's building is at about $1 a square foot for energy costs.
Less than, yeah,
And it's at $2 more for a conventional Class A office tower.
correct.
And so as the investor looking at that, would I not rather have the hydro tower that is cheaper to run for over the long term, even though it has older technology working at it, maybe some of it now, you know, not as cutting edge as it used to be. So the thought on that.
Well, even if that was the case, how to quantify it would be very difficult. And I would suggest that if you save $1 a square foot on utility costs, to suggest you're going to get 50% more on your rent doesn't make mathematical sense. Now, to your question, as an investor, do I feel better about that? Sure, of course, green technology. Again, the delta between Hydro Tower and other towers is much less than what is being stated in these articles because technology is advanced. But the point is, the investor is looking at the return on the net, right?
Yep.
The utilities will be covered by the tenants. So the question is really, will the tenants respond to this? And if the argument is, yes, they would, then what is the difference? $1. If everything else was equal and what you're suggesting is true, the market would pay $1 more for hydro tower than a typical A. I'm at $20, A's are at 18.
And I appreciate that, I do. With respect to cap rates on the double A's, where do you think they are and how do you think they were arrived at, since we don't have sales on it?
A dart at the wall.
So in other words, the outside sources are doing. the
Yep.
same.
Yeah, the outside sources, in my opinion, and I haven't actually interviewed the brokers who authored the reports, but because there is nothing in Winnipeg that's sold that's a double A, because there's only one double A at the time of these reports. What they must be doing is looking to see the delta between double A's in, say, Toronto or Calgary or Edmonton or Vancouver to the A's. That must be
What
what
they're accomplishing.
Yeah.
Okay. Fair enough.
And Mr. Colatrudel, I'll also mention that typically a double A is going to be something that's very, very new, right? And that will be a factor on the capitalization rate. The longer the age life that you have in your investment, the younger the property, the lower the cap rate will be. Let's keep in mind, the hydro tower is now 15 years old. I keep mentioning that, but it seems a very important point that we have to keep in mind.
But wouldn't an economic life on that tower be at least 60 years?
About 50 years or so, yeah, but my point is, the economic life on that is less than it is on True North or even Stantec.
Being that it's a little older.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Thank you, those are my questions.
I do not have questions. So, Mr. Slaughter, you indicated you have provided evidence.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I have, well,
So we'll deal with Mr. Slaughter's rebuttal and then we'll deal with your rebuttal.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry, Mr. Paul, did you submit it electronically?
No.
Okay, if you can, could you just give it to me? I can photocopy and send me one?
As a requirement for like.
Sorry?
For those that they
You should.
Okay, do we have the rebuttal evidence in your file yet?
Yes, you should.
Got it. Okay, everybody have the rebuttal in front of them?
No,
Top.
am I getting a copy electronically, Madam Chair?
It's above item 1. It's 2 items above item number 1 on your agenda right here.
So this is.
It's just VOR rebuttal, that's who we're dealing.
Oh, sorry,
We don't have.
we don't, yeah,
Mr.
he's getting this, yes, sorry.
Do you have it
A little
now?
confusing.
I'm just looking again, thank you.
Okay, so look at item number 1, that's labeled item number 1, 2 files above it is Altus rebuttal. It doesn't say item 1 in front of it. Okay, it's right under number 7, orders. I can explain it that way.
Yeah.
Altus Board rebuttal, 24.
That's it. Yeah, that's it. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Slaughter.
thank you, Madam Chair. So the rebuttal evidence starts with True North Square, because that's been brought forward as the only comparison that we can look at from the assessor standpoint. And what I find is interesting, and again, I'll back up a second. This comment isn't just from my own head, because it's a little beyond me. I was sitting in the hydro tower with the head of maintenance and with my client, and we're looking out and I'm saying, tell me, what is different about that than this? And this is where the conversation about the design and the sacrifices in the design with the airflow, et cetera, came in. And then when I went to the True North Square marketing, I thought, well, what is it that they are telling the market that makes them so special? So on page 2, this is their marketing brochure. First of all, they call themselves an A, but they say they're the only A. So again, double A and A, these are subjective terms, but the point is they are setting themselves apart as the market does as something different than everybody else that exists at that time. They say with iconic architecture. Okay, hydro tower, check. I think it's a fantastic architecture. Floor to ceiling glass, check. So far, we're good. Third item, and a very important one, flexible floor plates. Not check. Fourth, advanced technology, not quite. Hydro tower is 15 years old. It's rather Spartan on that side, and heating and cooling systems. So they're gold lead. So pretty close. But it's mainly the flexible floor plate and the technology. So I can now understand why it is that the market says this is something better than anything else that we've had so far. That comment is extended on page 6. I mean, it talks about the certification, it talks about their sustainability. So all of these are in True North Square, but on page 6, again, they say, with floor to ceiling, wide column grids and a side elevator core, the floor plates of the office building lend themselves to forward-thinking, progressive space designs for the building tenants. This is very important for a Class A tenant. They want the best space in town. They want to come in and say, we're Thompson, Dorff, and Sweatman. We want a staircase between all the floors here. We want boardroom here. We want all of this to be an open area so that when you come in, you see 3 floors of open atrium. We want the offices on the outside or inside, the boardroom with natural light, all these things. You can't accommodate that with the hydro tower. This is what you get. There will definitely be a market reaction to that. So the comments they made, I found were corroborated when I look at how True North markets themselves. There's an example of their floor plate here on page 10. Page 11 is the other point. I mean, even if someone was to say, everybody was wrong, hydro tower has been a AA all along, we just never knew it, and it would command the rents of True North. Okay, I would disagree for all the reasons I said, but fine. Would it command $30 to $32 a square foot when we look at what actually happened in those transactions? I investigated the permits for each of these units. It's summarized on page 11. I looked at every permit and what was done to the space. These are basically turnkey spaces for the most part, or pretty much so, for the main tenants anyway. And you can see that there's millions of dollars being spent, and I amortize that over the life of the term. And those are in the bolded column kind of in the middle of how many dollars per square foot each year the tenant inducements add. And I'm not deducting them. I'm not saying let's deduct these. I'm saying we have to understand it. If I expect to get $30 a square foot, and the only person who got it is in that better building across the street, but they spent $10 million for the tenant's space to get there. And by the way, I can't even spend $10 million to do what the tenant wants because I can't do it on my floor plate. But I wouldn't begin to assume that I could just like that get $30 for my space. This is where tenant inducements, as directed by the Appraisal Institute, as guided by the IAAO, need to be considered when you're doing a market rent analysis. This information has been submitted to the assessor. It was included in the 2021 INE. They tried to say, hey, it cost us a lot of money to get these rents. Please understand that. And then I have information on the 2 other towers that I talked about. If the defining difference between the hydro tower and everybody else is the energy efficiency and the platinum LEED designation, we do not have proof that that enhances its marketability because we have 2 other towers now that are platinum LEED. We have many towers that are platinum gold now. I mean, when hydro tower became platinum LEED, it was something special. Not to say it's not special, but it was something rare. 220 Portage and 333 Main are platinum LEED. 360 Main is gold. True North is gold, et cetera, et cetera. It's everybody is enhancing their energy efficiencies, which is fantastic. And so I just have brochures from those 2 towers that talk about their certifications. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Poole, questions on the rebuttal?
No, other than you seem, from my mind's perspective, you highlighted in that one column tenant inducements to get, you're basically saying discount the rent, don't put any weight to it because of the tenant inducements, and we have case law that it implements exactly not to do.
No, what the case law says is don't value a property by deducting those. So it would be wrong for me to come in and value True North based on the face rent minus the TIs for net effect.
By not including, by somehow adjusting your comparables, you'd be doing exactly that by lowering your comparables.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to understand why a rent is higher.
So
Just like Mr. Pohl, you said, I'm not looking at CRA because, apparently they put in 10.5 million, sort of the landlord actually, but.
as far as step ups, and you're right, you had in your analysis is challenging step ups. And as far as tenant inducements, part of your argument at your enforcing areas was to use outside jurisdictional Manitoba bodies to guide your perspective on that.
It was appraisal text.
Yeah, appraisal
That I learned
tax,
as an appraiser.
there's Patrick Chicago was an article, there was UBC as well. The municipal board, and it's highlights in the rebuttal present, noted that and disregarded it for the way through.
Yeah, again, I think you're confusing the question being asked. One is, can we value a building by deducting the amount of inducements that have gone in? And the answer is no. I explained why. Madison Square Court decision. Secondly, somebody's buying that income stream that the vendor has already put in. My point is that if one space has been drastically enhanced and the tenant's paying for that and enhanced rent, I, as an owner of a building expecting to get a rent, would certainly consider that. I'd understand that I'm not gonna get $30 without putting money into my space if they had to spend 10 million to get 30. And I think that's common sense. It's not even really appraisal guided methodology, although it is.
Last point, because you mentioned it in your question, I mean, you somehow equated the cost efficiency of the social property, the hydro building, that somehow that's the only factor that might involve in saying you're gonna get more. I believe I stated that it was the makeup of the building, the workplace environment, for the employees, inclusive of the cost as well. So it's not just the cost, it's the
So,
overall
that's right.
aspect of the building.
There are many factors to consider. My point is that all you've done is list everything that was mentioned in, awards from 10 years ago. And I'm saying that based on interviews with the people in the building, that yeah, the air is fresh, but I can't talk on the phone. There's sacrifices. And all I'm trying to do is say, I think the building's fantastic. There's no evidence that the building would command more in the market than other class A.
That's our design.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions on the rebuttal?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Mr. Coulter-Ville?
I do not, thank you.
Thank you, and I have no questions either. Thank you. Mr. Pohl, just give us a minute. Can we get that to Mr. Whitbread also?
Yep, just got this. So.
Just let me know, Mr. Whitford, when you have it.
Got a copy, so I can get it back this section.
I already sent it to you.
I just want to do that.
Is it coming to him in?
Try to do the SharePoint first.
We're going to put it in the shared drive for you. We'll try that first.
Okay.
Might have to refresh Mr. Whitbread, but aside from that, it should be good now.
What would you be calling that? A&T rebuttal?
Yep, right underneath the OFA.
Got it?
Perfect.
Just opening.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Pohl.
Okay. So, in rebuttal to tenant inducements, I provide the order A 24-40-044 for the recent 444 St. Mary's order, which challenged and part of it was non-recoverables and tenant inducements. It was done with Aldous, represented by Rod Slaughter, Kerry Reimer, and Mark Newman, and myself for the assessment department. Issue number 3 on page 3 is the calculation of non-recoverable expenses, and the inclusion of that is obviously so. We move along to page, and I'm not going to read all of it. I have it highlighted the convenience on page 5. Is that point, the calculation of non-recoverables. It generally states what I've done, what the agent did. But the analysis, I'll go through it quickly as it kind of gives the full. That will be on page 7. There was considerable information provided to the board, and there was extensive discussion related to the matter. of what should be allowed, non-recoverable allowance expense, so. It wasn't a small point, it was, we had a study, we had my study, so it was extensively done. On page 8, the parties made considerable reference to material extracted from appraisal course materials. And from other articles. Though a careful review of all of this material provided, it is apparent that while the materials provided ample discussion around this issue, there was no single correct matter was identified to handle non-recoverable expenses like leasing commissions, tenant inducements, and that is a big factor here today. So, that is applicable in all situations. The article provided by the agent indicated that there is no universal accepted practice for the treatment of replacement reserves and leasing commission, tenant improvements, TIs and commissions and so forth. In the income statements developed by commercial property appraisers as a basis of estimating value using direct capitalization. The article further stated that the author concludes each of these methods for developing net operating incomes can be most appropriate depending on the appraisal assignment. So again, they were referencing articles from the IWO, they were referencing UBC material. So what we're looking at in the next block, the parties also provided several previous board decisions related to the handling of non-recoverable expenses, and there was considerable discussion regarding these decisions and the specific circumstances involving each case. The board does understand that the agent is not suggesting a net effective rent should be applied in this case. So again, for TIs, that basically was, hey, we've had 30 years of case law. We're now challenging that. We're now going to review that now. And in blue is a short version of what they decided. Upon a careful review of all previous board decisions, it is apparent to this panel that the matter of leasing commissions and tenant inducements was made clear and reiterated in many decisions. The board panel understands the agent's point that those decisions were dated, may have been argued differently in some cases, and that those decisions were rendered without the presence of fulsome information provided in this hearing. They took place. The board also notes that excerpts from guides and handbooks and other assessment jurisdictions, but finds that these are of limited value in the matter at hand, given the jurisdiction's many decisions in this matter. They put weight on their own authority. This is the municipal board. They govern how we are to do assessments in the province of Manitoba. They decided they're going to go with what they already originally had stand. So below that, this board remains consistent in its findings on this matter and chooses to use the same wording found in many previous decisions. The board reiterates its long-standing position that tenant improvements, leasing commissions, and leasing incentives are not expenses which may be used to reduce income for the purpose of calculating market value. Now, that may be for just the subject property, but that should also account for all the comparables that we use, because then you would be effectively applying that. And that's the argument that I see here today. So with that, I hope the board puts weight behind this. This board puts weight behind this. This was a very large argument for a number of years leading up to getting to clarity from the municipal board, and they reinstated what has always been to not use those below line items to reduce market value. So of course, if you put it into your comparable and using it, you would then reduce market value for what you're valuing. Should not. So that's all the issues.
Thank you very much. Mr. Slaughter, questions on the rebuttal?
No questions, a comment, I'll save that myself.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitred.
No questions, thank you.
Me either. So, Mr. Paul, you indicated you would like to do a summary.
Yes, here. Went a little longer than that. Ultimately, your decision that I see here today for the subject property, which is not inclusive of the amenities. The amenities that we see, the dental office, the restaurants, the cafeteria style restaurant, the politically front, the billing area, that's not the main rents that could exist there or be offered to the marketplace would not be the same as relatable to the tower should it be. What you really have to make a decision on where this falls, is it a double A or is it an A? Our opinion it is a double A. We had no marketplace to use to take that property to one was developing in the city. And it's developed right next to the hydro. The location is right there for the other two towers, double A towers. What I looked for in the study, which I provided for the study, was to show what the performance would be. You clearly see that True North is separating itself in terms of rent. Same with Maltese, once we eventually get that rent, but in terms of occupancy, they developed a significantly size building. We see that there is a strong market for double A or better than A property. They lease up for higher rents. They're virtually overnight, economically overnight. They have no vacancy, and you see it geared towards, I need good space for our employees. They're not 2,500 square foot CRUs. They're not 7,000 square foot CRUs, not 1,500 square foot CRUs. They are floor plate and above. And if you look at the tendencies that are at True North on my page 12 of my comparables, you see that. They're not small, although there are two, but those are residuals within the building. And if you look at the tenancy, you know why they're there. I'm not going to get into that, but you see the main tenants within the building. They are occupying significant size. It's similar to what the subject property could offer. So when I'm looking at economies of scale, the argument that I heard, you have to be economies of scale. Well, I didn't need to do a fulsome economies of scale. And by the way, triple forcing areas, I did a proper economies of scale argument with the study. When you have a study like that, you can do it. Unless you examine the whole marketplace, you can't really do economies of scale. Just showing a few rents isn't enough. So in this case here, I considered doing an economies of scale for the OFA marketplace, but it wasn't really necessary when you consider True North. They don't have small tenancies in that building. They are large tenancies. They are 30,000 square feet, 96,000 square feet, 76,000 square feet, 66,000 square feet, and 33,000 square feet. Those are floor plates on subject property. If they were going to be moving and offered in the marketplace, whether it be 4x4 or section by section, if you prefer to include the atriums, this is what your market would be. It's right next to you. The location is exactly the same. So when we're looking at where would these rents come from, you would need a type of building that could offer, again, what Anacopa's goals were to provide a supportive, healthy workplace environment that's maximally productive for employee workforce, for their size of workforce. Would need a at least gold rated building to maintain this type of tendencies in here. We're gonna platinum, better than gold. You would need a type of environment where you would be able to offer amenities to the tenants within your building, which are the main floor areas. You have dental office, you have bank, you have restaurants. You're connected to the hydro. The hydro buildings connected via skywalk. Again, True North and the amenities that they offer, as well as obviously going on the Portage Place. So you do have those amenities in close proximity. The market is looking for that. So the idea for me, that is the market that is most similar to this subject property. It's not the other Class A buildings. It simply isn't. The closest one that we have that can be argued for the Class A would be 311 Portage. 311 Portage is kind of the precursor, and it's in my OFA studies, kind of the precursor to what True North was claiming to be. No, they're not connected to the skywalk, but they do have multifamily component. They do have restaurant and entertainment shed on the main floor. They do have parking and an office tower. It's a mini version of what that was going to be, and they're at around $24. And there was some issue with Stantec being non-arm's length of some kind. I had it under appeal. I've asked for a letter of statement from either the owner or the property or Stantec. None has been realized. No, why do we put speculation that that's the rent that they're paying in place for that building? So of which we see that the upper end of A's is about $24. And we see that double A's at around 20. Well, we put them in at $28, but they were really performing about 30, 31, $32. So when we look at the marketplace, I feel that cluster, which is right all there. We see it in page. Oh, I lost my name. But I had it on one of the pages here where they showed where Walmanese was, but they showed where Hydro Building was, they showed where two towers are. They're all within a block and a half of each other. That is the market for AA. So if you're having tendencies that are occurring in that location, that'd be the most applicable market that would be going in this year. So I think I defined what a capitalization rate should be. And the other 5.9, we have between 5.25 and 5.75, which was reported by Commissioner Wakefield. We can see from the agent's review of potentially sale of a downtown or a non-downtown suburban class A property being about 6. We see that that's not unreasonable. We see that the vacancy that we put in place an adjustment for it, given that there is only, where now 11,000 square feet of this, 600,000 square feet of AA office space that's offered that's actually vacant. Maybe to the next nearest one, which would be 311 Portage. There's virtually no vacancy there, although Stantec looks to be dropping for whether that materializes or not, I don't know. But realistically, when you look at the totality of the space that's vacant, there's virtually none in comparison to the Class A, which is significantly been impacted by vacancy. So when you look at in totality to what we've done, we put a fair market rent in of $28. We put an adjustment on the vacancy, which is reflected of class AA or double prime. We have 2% for the non-recoverables, which isn't in contention. We have a higher than the $15 $70 shortfall and a capitalization rate, which I think is right there, considering we also have a look at downtown suburban, which is about 6% valued by all this as far as that capitalization rate that should occur. So overall, I think the value at $209,954,000 is very conservative for this type of building that it is, considering it is arguably one of the 2 best buildings in the city. Should have an assessment of stuff. So that's
Thank you very much. Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Essentially, what the assessor has done is overridden the model. They overrode the model based on a subjective opinion. They added an A to the classification, despite the fact that the market has never called this a AA. Never existed before Trudeau. The justification is articles and accolades that were awarded over 10 years ago. A lot has changed since then. Technology has changed since then. There's no evidence to suggest that the hydro tower would command 50% or even 10% more than the top tier Class A office towers in market rent. The only comparison that's cited is True North. I've given my reasons why I don't think that's an appropriate comparison. The market does call that a AA. It's 10 years newer. It has the flexible floor plates, et cetera, et cetera. The board decision that the assessor argues negates the concern about tenant inducements doesn't address that concern at all. That decision says don't deduct tenant inducements when valuing the property. It actually talked about lease. The concern we have is leasing commissions, not tenant inducements. That's what it says. To say that tenant inducements don't influence rent is just nonsensical. Even True North, in the rebuttal, I show that not all the rents are $30. In fact, I forgot to mention that some of the rents that the assessor stated were wrong. They're actually lower. I think stepped up rents were used. But if it were true that True North commanded that high rent without the inducements, all the rents would be high. We saw that one of them, Ceridian, was under $20. So yes, that has an effect on market and has an effect on market rent, even if we were to consider that as the only comparison. Secondly, nobody in the market is going to determine the market rent potential for hydro tower by looking at one tower. If anything, they might say, well, they get a higher rent, and we understand why, and the rest of the market is paying this. We could move in that great space for about $18 a square foot. They probably look at it as a whole. If we blended True North into the universe of Class A, which some of the brokers do, then the average that I cited in the market now of 18 would become about 20. We're using $20 a square foot for the subject property. To suggest that economies of scale isn't seen in the studies, well, frankly, I can make a study show anything if I exclude certain rents. The best example of economies of scale is a rent the assessor chose not to use because it was a semi-gross rent. Sure, if you exclude that, you don't see any economies of scale. That's easy. The fact is, if this tower was what the market wanted and responded to, we would see it all towers since then designed like it, but we don't. We see energy efficiency attained in other ways. We see the floor plate flexibility maintained using traditional HVAC, but enhanced with better ventilation. It's a fantastic building as far as energy efficiency. There's no evidence suggests the market would pay 50% more for this than any other Class A. That is all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That concludes item number 1. So we spent approximately 4 hours on item number 1. I'm assuming that items 2 through 8 will be a whole lot faster, and maybe we could spend less than 4 hours on them in totality. I'm reluctant to take a lunch break because if we do, we will not get done this docket.
Okay, I have no problem with that.
So, maybe that will be an incentive too, okay? Okay, and we have agreed, we have heard a very fulsome description of the building and what it all entails. We don't need to go into the building anymore. So let's just stick to these individual tenancies. And let's see what we can do. And we'll see if we can get through a couple, and maybe we'll take a break then, depending on where we're at.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I believe I need to feed my diabetes. So
Okay,
I shouldn't wait.
that's reasonable.
20
Okay,
minutes, 20 minutes would be sufficient for me, even
Okay.
15.
okay, that's great. Do you need that now, or do you need
No.
that
I
later?
need it now. We've been going for 4.
Yeah,
Sure.
we've been going for 4 hours. Okay, so 15 minutes, is that enough time?
Yep,
Okay,
thank you.
15 minutes. All right, we'll recess 15 minutes. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. Now, dealing with item number 2 on our docket, file number 24-2891. Mr. Paul.
Roll number is 1209769230. Again, a separate roll number for the same building. Assessed value is for $993,000. The leasable area is 3,422 square feet. If you look at my page 8, photos of the property, it is Marcello's Market in Delhi. It's more of a cafeteria style restaurant. It's not as good finish as the 2 main restaurants toward the south. I have looked at this in past under appeal. It was at $22 a square foot. I understand there is a vacancy and the asking rate is $18. The lease in place was my comparables, page 3. The lease in place was for started at $20, escalated to $22, and then they went vacant. So with them asking at $18, not gonna really get more what they're asking for, so I think an $18 to make that concession at the rent that Todd's seeking this property. So.
So right now you are proposing to reduce your rate to
Yeah.
18.
So. To simplify the hearing and go quicker, I believe the only other parameter that is in different in our capitalization rate versus Rod's. We already discussed that at length in the first hearing or the first appeal. So I have no more to add to our position other than it should be 5.9. The entire building is based on the same capitalization rate, same shortfall. Although the rents here is going to differ because this is amenity to the building. Obviously, it's not the principal tower.
Hard to hear you, Mr. Paul.
So do you have a new value then, Mr. Cole?
I didn't run the number. I just reviewed I'm comfortable recommending $18 for the market rent. With that, I'm over the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter.
I'll just ask two quick questions and it'll pertain to all of them. So the cap rate is following the office tower cap rate, okay. Vacancy is a little different, you're using the class A vacancy of 11%. Rather than the class AA.
I'm taking into account what the vacancy would be, but also making allowance that it's vacant. It has been listed at 18, so. To say that people are gonna get, to say that they were gonna get $22, but they were under lease for, but they're asking for 18.
That's all the questions.
Thank you. Mr. Coolidge, do you have questions?
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread,
Only because I couldn't hear him now. Are you suggesting you move to $18 a foot?
Correct. Yes.
And what is your new value based on that?
I didn't run the number. I
calculator.
Sorry?
I can, but
It would be good if you come up with your number rather than us coming up with your number.
Yeah, if you're making a verbal recommendation, yeah, we need that.
it's just that I wasn't using the cap rate that he suggested, so.
No, that's
Which
fine.
is fine, you can.
You can do whatever you want and just, you could just come up with your new number, please.
Mr. Slaughter, you're not agreeing to the cap rate that he's obviously speaking.
Mr. Slaughter hasn't made his presentation.
Value would be recommended, $793,000 rounded.
793 rounded,
793.
and what was your NOI, please?
NOI was 46,776.
46,776. Okay, Mr. Slaughter,
We'd
Yes.
like to continue.
would you like to continue? Great, thank you. Go ahead then.
So, Mr. Poole mentioned, this is a restaurant that's located on the main floor of the Hydro Tower at the front. When I say the front, I mean the north side facing Portage Avenue. It was occupied by Marcello's. They vacated during the pandemic, and Hydro has been trying to lease it since. They hired Cushman Wakefield, listed it at $18, no interest. And we're here. So we were asking for $18. The only other two differences, Madam Chair, were we do feel that the capitalization rate should be increased. We're asking 6.5% of the Class A tower on the tower, so we feel that the restaurant should follow. In many instances, main floor retail actually have an elevated cap rate. We're just asking for the tower cap rate. And then we actually have the lower shortfall, so that's going the other way. In my summary, I apologize, I mistakenly put 10% vacancy, not 11, so if I could make a correction. With 11% vacancy, the final value should be 732,000.
Okay, just get to that page. Okay, so there is an error then in your workup on page 18.
Yeah, I put 10% vacancy instead of 11.
Okay. So what is your new NOI?
Backwards. 47,580.
47,580. At a 6.5 cap. And your total value, sorry?
732.
732. Okay, Mr. Poole, do you have questions? Okay, Mr. Colachuglio,
No questions, thank you.
Mr. Whitbread,
I have none, thank you.
okay, and I have no questions either. Summation, Mr. Poole? Mr. Sullivan? Okay. All right, then that concludes item number 2. Item number 3 on our agenda. File number 242892, Mr. Poole.
Roll number is 1209776080. The assessed value is for 989,000. The leasable area is 2,824 square feet, and you look to page 9. Goes on the subject, it is the dental office that's in place, or was the dental office that's in place. Goes on page 10, typical dental office, nice finish as you would expect. But it is vacant. It was occupied, page 11 shows the INE. It looks like it was vacant since 2001. And on page 14, the INE, and there's been some irregularities on the tenable areas in the building, or on the hydro building. On page 14, they indicate that it's a $22.21 gross rent. We established that a lot of the rents that were shown as gross are. I said that it is vacant. So we will go to the comparables on page 3. Comparables on page 3 is citywide. They're technically you expect dental offices to be, medical offices to be. We have an average of $21.64, average of $21.86, weighted average of $21.64, and median of 22. So that's a type of comparable range for 46 comparables. I also looked furthermore to the downtown, because this is where it is. Page 4. We have another 6 comparables, actually, yeah, 6 comparables that are in the downtown area. Being at 360 Main, 333 Main, same areas, 360 Main, again, and 393 Portage. So these are dental, orthodontics, chiropractics, eye care, and another dental. So they average around the same size CRU you typically find, and their average is $25.88 a square foot. Weighted average is 25.92, and the median is 25. So when we have the model in at 26, we're really within a quarter of the average weighted. So I think that is reflective of downtown eight. Based on that, we have a $26 that's model rent, which produces a potential rent of $73,735. We then cap it with our then vacancy rate, there's another percent applied to it, which gives you 89 or should say 65,624. Our expenses are again at 3% and triples at $72, which gives an NOI of 58,374. And it's capped again at 5.9%, which leads us back to the 980,000. With that, questions.
Thank you, Mr. Paul. Mr. Slaughter, questions for Mr. Paul?
Just very quickly, thanks, Madam Chair. Page 3, Mr. Poole, all those comparisons are suburban locations, correct?
Yes.
Yep. And page 4, you've got locations in either Courts of St. James, City Place, or Portage Place. Okay, that's all the questions.
Thank you very much. Mr. Whitbread, questions for the assessor?
Just one, Mr. Pohl, I'm not going to give up. I'm going to ask you to speak up during your presentation, please. It's becoming very frustrating. I can barely hear you, sir. Thank you.
You're just for clarity, you're hearing Rod better?
Absolutely. And everyone else.
If you talk at that voice that you just used, Mr.
Is
Whitbread
it
will
just
be able
being
to-
this seat or?
Yeah,
No, it's, your voice is quiet.
You're pointing your voice down and you're almost mumbling and putting your hand in front of your face. Sorry to correct you like this, but it's very frustrating. Thank goodness I can read.
Do you
That's-
have any questions about the assessor's evidence?
No, I'm fine. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Colatriglio,
I'm good, thank you very much.
okay, you indicated this is vacant. How long has it been vacant?
The INE indicated, since 2021, they were not collecting rent. Page 12.
So it's been vacant since 2021.
Yeah.
Have you made adjustments for that vacancy?
No, they haven't made any.
In the previous one you did?
As far as rent, yeah, we dropped the rent and the vacancy went to 11 from the cap. Or from the vacancy of the building, at 8%.
In the previous item, you decreased the rent from 22 to 18 because of the vacancy.
Because of the listing and the asking price.
The listing and the asking.
Yeah, like we have established rent here, we had an established rent there, I haven't seen what this was leasing for, I was able to ascertain.
Okay. Okay, I have no additional questions, thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just cut right to the chase. Page 12, we look at the market rent. We feel that the rents in place in the property, including for the unit previously, should also be given some weight. And this is the theme that has been stretching through all these properties, including the office tower itself, is that the property doesn't perform as strong as one might think, based on its energy efficiencies and such. So this particular unit was occupied by a dentist. You'll see in the income and expense mailer at the end that the rent they paid just before vacating was $16 a square foot. That's completely market. It was net. They then vacated. This space has never been leased since because Hydro doesn't quite know what to do with it yet. They're waiting to see what happens across at Portage Place. So they're kind of on hold. So actual rent was 16. Other units in the property are asking between 15 to 18 that are also vacant. We then look on page 13 to comparable or other dental offices in the downtown. Basically, the first two are located in the Shopton Winnipeg Square. The next numbers 4, 5, and 6 are located in City Place. You'll see that the rents typically in those sort of locations, those high traffic locations, are going to be higher than they are for dental offices more in an office building like the Subject. The last comparisons from 7 on are all located in 400 St. Mary, and they are in the high teens. So we didn't feel that the assessor's rent was justified. We have used $20 a square foot, similar to the rest of the tower. And otherwise, no contention on the vacancy allowance. We're using the lower shortfall of $15, and we're using the 6.5% cap rate. So on page 17, that indicates a value of $678,000. There's pictures of the vacant office and the previously occupied office, and the floor plate in the appendix, and the listings for the other units, as well as a lease abstract from the previous tenant. That completes our presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cole.
Just a few
Questions?
questions. You indicated that Hydro hasn't offered this to the market, they haven't listed it, that's why. So they're kind of on a holding pattern. Okay. Was there any restrictions to the dentist that operated out of it as far as hours? Could they be open on the weekends? Could they open later in the evenings? Typical, like you would see other dentists work, if you go in the evening to a dentist or on the weekend kind of thing.
Yeah.
Is there a restriction being in this location?
It's a good question.
Limit?
And I think the answer is yes, because I know that restriction applies to most of the tenants for weekends unless they ask for the walkway to be open. So I'm gonna say yes.
So given the location downtown and the restrictive nature of the lease that was in place, you can see that as a bit of a barrier for a dentist saying, I can go to the another location and be open at whatever hours I want and with their income.
Yeah, and I think that that is a reason why your comparisons are superior, and we have to recognize that restriction in the valuation of the subject.
That's why I asked the question.
Okay. Oh, thank you.
I wouldn't think that they'd be open at like a 7 on a Wednesday, so that was a question.
Is that all your questions? Thank you, Mr. Cool-Truglio.
No questions at this time.
Mr. Whitbread?
Just a simple one. It's, I think I saw photos indicating it's furnished as a dentist's office. Is that correct?
Not now, it's vacant now. They
Oh,
took
it
up.
is.
most of the equipment,
It's all
yeah.
been ripped out?
One of the pictures you saw, Mr. Whitworth, was probably previous when the tenant was in place.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. I have no questions. Mr. Cole, summation?
No.
Mr. Slaughter? Thank you. Let's just get organized. That includes item number 3. Pardon me. Item number 4 on our agenda, 24-2888. Just there. Okay, Mr. Cole, whenever you're ready, please.
Roll number is 12-09-769-200. Leasable area is 1,410 square feet. If you look at my page 8, it is a restaurant, the clay oven currently. You look at page 9. Again, they check it as gross. And then on page 10, it also indicated it's gross, but through discussions, in contract rent should be $21 net. Not sure where they keep reporting it as gross, but there seems to be some irregularity in reporting it as such. When we look at the comparables on page 3, we see for the downtown comparables outside of the shed district, we have at the reference date $23.24 for a weighted average, an average of $24.80 and a median of $24. We then look to the shed comparables, which is most close proximity to this property. And we have $25.37 for a weighted average, $27.48 for weighted average, and $28.25 or sorry, for an average and a $28.29 for our median. As we can see, the Marcello's is in this, they were paying $22, it's being listed at 18. And then, we did have Rudy's in at $11.08, but I extracted that from the marketplace because there is in place a percentage of sales if they make that to accommodate, that's regular for a restaurant. So I redacted that out, but I am showing what they have record on their IMDs. So given them they're at $21, I think it's fair that you can reduce it to the $21 level with all the parameters being the same. I don't know if the client's accepting of that,
Mr. Slaughter.
or agent is accepting of that, or their client is accepting of that.
No, we'll continue for the cap rate.
Okay, so you need the same.
We'll need your new NOI, please, and your new value.
Probably new one. Okay, the new NOI is $22,926 and capped at 5.9%. Rounded is $389,000.
389, thank you.
And that's taking into account what was existing in place. And obviously asking $80 for a lesser space with a cafeteria at the front of it, given that it's a better finished building. Segment of the building.
Thank you very much. Mr. Slaughter, questions?
No questions.
Thank you, Mr. Whitbread.
I missed the new rent. What is that, please?
The new rent is $21.
And a cap is staying the same?
Yes.
Thank you very much. No further question.
Mr. Coulter there?
And no question.
No questions for me either, so, Mr. Slaughter.
Just very simply, I mean, the value is very close to mine. I had a slightly higher rent at 22. I have a lower shortfall, but for consistency, I would like to see the 6.5% cap. So the value I'm seeking is 376,000.
Thank you very much.
376.
Mr. Cole,
No question.
Mr. Coulter there?
No question at this time.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread,
No questions. Thank you.
thank you. Summation, Mr. Cole? Is Mr. Slaughter?
No, that's.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes item number 4. Item number 5. File number 24-889. Mr. Cole.
Roll number is 1209769210. The assessed value is $1,705,000. leasable area is 5,502 square feet. If you look on my page. Nine, it's Rudy's Eat and Drink. And indicating on my 3 pages, it's been a higher end finish, but as you would expect. So differentiating from the front cafeteria style restaurant, these are the two more built out restaurants. They do have access to the outside patio area. So, from that, we go to page 12. We see the INE that's been submitted. They check it off as net. And on my comp sheet, it's reflective of $11.08, which I touched on the other deal. But with it, there is about a 3% sale. Look on page. Starting on page 19, sorry, 18. It's the older Chinese. They indicated that on page 19 of my brief, 3% gross revenue from $1 million up until $3 million is what's given back to the owner. So there is a bit of a caving in that rent. So it's a little bit lower rent than you'd expect, but if they do well, they have to share the profit. So with that, I've excluded it from or because you would typically see that in the market. So but having said that, after reviewing the current lease that was across at Play Oven, I'm suggesting that a $21 rent would be appropriate. Same comparables that we just spoke to last time. Same page 3. So if the agent is accepting of $21, we make that recommendation with all proper understanding.
Mr. Slaughter,
I accept the rent, but.
There you go.
Make me math.
could you please calculate the new NOI and the new value? Mr. Whitbread, that was a recommendation to reduce the rent to $21.
I saw that, heard that.
Good.
Will you be asking for questions, Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're just gonna get the new value first.
Yep.
Second. Typo in the brief, it says 6.5 for cap rate. It should say 5.9 consistent with the other CRUs. Just make that correction.
So that meant that,
No, it shouldn't have been 6.5. It should be 5.9, same as the other ones.
okay. Does that change your value? That's still being displayed?
Okay. So with the $21. Applied to the same parameters. And correcting for the mistake of capitalization rate being at 6.5, it should be at 5.9. We have assessed value, or I should say a NOI 89,458. That capped at 5.9, is 1,516,000 rounded. So that's the
1516000.
that's the recommendation I can make.
Okay. Mr. Slaughter, you indicated you were not accepting that recommendation.
Yes, that's right. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to clarify before we move to questions, Mr. Paul. So if that 5.9 cap is in place on your original net operating income, it shows a different value than 1.7 million.
From the adjusted NOI.
Nope, from the
What you
original.
originally put in.
So I'm just wondering. I know you're saying it's an error, but it does make a difference.
That's the.
Am I going to?
1693.
No, Jeremy, I think what she's,
Wait,
what Chair's
you're-
asking,
You're,
the original value would be different because of the 5.9% cap rate. So that's an error.
Yeah, no, it would be higher if
So
I would
what
keep
went-
the
So
rent.
she wants to know what that number is.
Oh,
what went
Sorry.
out on the roll? Did the 1.7 million
yeah,
go out on the roll?
1.705.
So you can't be adjusting that after the fact with respect to this, right? So your original value that went out was 1.7.
Yes.
You're saying there is an error in the cap rate. But then that, if that error were applied to your original value, it would result in a higher value. 1.8 million versus.
Yeah, but I'm not
But you're
relying
not
on the
now.
original income.
Now you're changing it
Yes,
entirely.
yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right, so we've clarified that. So you have an NOI of 89,458, capped at 5.9, giving you a new value of 1,516,000.
Right.
Okay. Mr. Slaughter does not accept, so Mr. Slaughter, questions for you.
Questions? No.
Do you have questions for the, okay. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions?
Not now, since the cap rate was changed. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Colatriglio.
Good, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. That was my question too, why the 6.5 cap. All right, Mr. Slaughter.
Thank you. So, very quickly, I mean, we now have a sense, because we've talked about it all day, of the rents actually being attained and asking in subject property. And this one is a lower rent, it's $11.08. As Mr. Pohl had mentioned, there is a percentage rent clause in the lease. They've unfortunately never met the sales target in order to exercise that. But we are doing a fee simple analysis, so I look to market. And I apologize, I was a bit lower than Mr. Pohl's 21. I had looked at our comparisons on page 13 and concluded that $20 was more appropriate. The fact is, and it applies to all the properties on today's docket, there's concerns in this location and with this property. I mean, we're seeing it time and time again with these examples of CRUs on the market or actually being leased. You know, it doesn't even perform like a top tier A in this way. And so I'm trying to recognize that, but also be fair to the entirety of the market, Class A market. And so we apply a higher rent of $20 a square foot than the actual. Everything else is static. We ask for the $15 shortfall, which is lower than the city, but of course the 6.5% cap rate. So on page 18, the value that we are seeking is 1,351,000 rounded.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Pohl. Thank you. Mr. Whitbread, do you have questions? Okay, Mr. Colatriglio,
Thank you.
I have none, so thank you very much. Summation, Mr. Pohl? Thank you. Mr. Slaughter? Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes,
in regards to all the items on the dockets, are they rebuttals by both the applicant and assessment for all of them, or just for the first item?
I think just the first for me.
Okay,
Yeah, we're gonna apply the rest of it. So
Okay, sounds good, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item number 6. File number 24-2887. Mr. Paul.
roll number would be 1209769190. The assessed value is for 902,000. We see that the leasable area is 3108 or 31,000 approximately. This is the space, this is the building space. If you look on page 17 of my brief, if you look on page 17. It's off to the one side on Edmonton. And it is Hydro's utility company, they need access for people to come in. They pay their bills, city has a similar place at 510 Main Street, same idea. This space, from my understanding, didn't really work because there wasn't really a need for it, they built it out. And then no one really used it, from my understanding. So it's kind of, what do you do with that space? It's configured to be for that purpose. I do have some questions towards the appellant. I may accept the listing, rent at $15 what they're advertising it currently for. But I do have some questions regarding that, so before making any kind of pricing. For it. Having said that, we can go to page 18, which just confirms their INE. Page 19, unit's been advertised for lease since 2022, so I guess the Hydro decided they're never gonna use the space and they opened it up to the market. But with that, I do have questions. If we get back to the actual workup. On page 13, we're applying a $22 rent. So lower than the rents that we would have in the office tower, but reflective of kind of that range for the tenantable spaces. And that is with applies to 3108 gives a potential rent of 68,376. Vacancy of 11%. Gives an effective gross income of 60,855. Our same parameters at 3% for expenses and $17 per shortfall gives us a net operating income of $53,217. Capped at 5.9 gives us back to the 9. So that's I'm open to questions.
Thank you. Mr. Slaughter?
No questions, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Whitbread? Oh, we can't hear you, you're muted.
No questions, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Coulter,
No questions, thank you.
and no questions from me, so Mr. Slaughter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Very simply, $15 is what they're asking. We've applied that as the market rent, market vacancy, reduced shortfall, and 6.5 cap. So we're asking for a value of $579,000.
Thank you very much. Mr. Paul.
I do have a few questions regarding the listing. Are they gonna be ripping out the space that exists to tenant to do whatever a tenant possibly could be, or do they have to physically have the space the same way that it is? Is there a limitation on what could be done?
I don't think there's any limitation. I really can't answer for sure, but I mean, just from typical market behavior, the way it would work, and this kind of ties back to what we were discussing earlier. A tenant may come and say, we'll take it. $15 is probably an as-is rent. But if the tenant said, get rid of everything and put up the demise walls here, and there, the rent's probably gonna go up. Probably because the landlord has to pay for that.
And that's what I was kind of getting at, like in this case here, maybe they want to use it down the road, but if they're saying no, they're never gonna use it, then they'd be fine with removing what's there and then opening up offers to the market.
Yeah, it's a good question, and I can't answer with certainty, but I think there would be something mentioned in the listing if there was that restriction.
I didn't see that.
Yeah, and I don't see that, so I think they'd be happy to just list it, or lease it, sorry.
Right. I question that.
Thank you. Mr. Coulter,
No questions, thank you very much.
Mr. Whitbread,
I have done, thank you.
I have a question. In your workup on page 16, you used a shortfall of 7.65. Is that a typo? Or is that?
It actually, I apologize. This was,
That's okay.
yeah, there's a mistake here. The listing had the expenses listed as 765.
Okay,
They didn't add the taxes in because the tenant is on its own roll.
okay.
It's an error. So anyway, we made that mistake. So I will recalculate and then get back to
Thank
the
you.
fund value. Thank you. Shortfall should be almost double, 51.8. NOI should be 47 or 42,760. No, sorry, that's wrong. Minus.
You $50, right?
Yes, that's correct. Thank you. The NOI would be 40,145. And then the cap rate at 6.5%, the indicated value should be 618,000 rounded.
Okay, let me just repeat that. Sure. You're using a shortfall rate of $15 per square foot.
That's correct.
Your new NOI is 40,145.
That's correct.
Capped at 6.5 is 618,000 rounded.
That is correct. Thanks for catching that.
Thank you. Okay, summation, Mr. Bull? Mr. Slaughter?
Nope.
Thank you so much. Okay, that concludes item number 6. Item number 7 on our agenda, file number 24-2890, Mr. Bull.
Roll number is 120976922200. Assessed value is 1,060,000. Leasable area is 3,726 square feet. We go to the last 2 pages of my brief. Shows the INE. It is owner occupied. Hydro occupies it. So there is no rent being collected. My understanding that this is more of a flex use area. I'm not sure. Classify or be used in the same capacity as the tower itself. It's the differentiation of rent, more of a space that they're occupying, but kind of not using it at the same time. So on page 102. We have the workup again to the 3,726 square feet. We have $21.61, which gives a PGI of 80,519. Our 11%. We have a bit of a higher vacancy here because I'm understanding that this was trying to be marketed or was going to be marketed and couldn't be marketed. So I've got some questions on this as well, but we give a bit of an elevated vacancy as well from what the rest of the tower is. So the effective gross income is 71,662. Our same expenses at 3%, a shortfall at $70 gives us a net operating income of 62,544. Capped at 5.9 gives us our 1,060,000. So that I have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Bull. Mr. Slaughter, questions?
No questions.
Mr. Whitbread, questions for the assessor?
No questions.
Thank you. Mr. Coolidge-Woodley?
No question.
Thank you. So I just have a clarification question. This is owned by Manitoba Hydro. It's on a different role than the
Yes.
main building.
Yes.
And why would that be?
So the other roll numbers within the property is to establish ability to. If it were to be tenanted, to have a separate tax.
This would allow them to do that easily. That's your
Yeah,
guess.
it would be very easy for that aspect.
Okay, Mr. Slaughter.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I think the best thing to start with is a map of the main floor podium of Hydro Tower, page 20. And you'll see the subject unit, it's kind of in the top right corner, which would be it's facing Graham on the east side of the building. So it's kind of just beside Rudy's. It's in the corner there. For whatever reason, there's no door to it on the exterior. There's no doors, it's all just windows. And you have to access it through the hallway from the Galleria behind Rudy's. Go down this long hall, and then you come in here. You see the picture of the hallway, but unfortunately, when I went back to inspect, the door was locked and security wasn't there. I was in it before. It's a security office. So they have their cameras in there for the building, and it's just an unfinished room. And I can't figure out why I mean, to me, this would be a good spot, right? It's a corner unit. So I don't know why they haven't leased it. But in any event, that's what it is. It's unfinished security office, kind of an odd configuration now, but no reason why they couldn't put a door on the outside, I guess. Anyway, I thought, okay, what's the best comparison to this? It's not a restaurant like the others, probably the bill payment center. They're asking 15. We just talked about that one. By the way, just for your reference, the bill payment center is here. So what we've done on this whole afternoon is we went tower first, and then we started with Marcello's and on the Portage Avenue side. We went to Clay Oven, which is here called Craving Curry. That's why they amended their lease. We did the bill payment center in the middle. We did Rudy's here at the back, and here is the security office. So we're kind of hitting all of the tenants on the main floor here. So anyway, I thought the asking rent for the bill payment center is probably the best indicator. $15 a foot, and then market vacancy, 15 shortfall, 6.5 cap. And that indicates a value on page 18 of 648,000 rounded.
Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. Mr. Cole, questions?
Yeah, I just have some general question given you, since checked off as owner occupied, is it still owner occupied? Is that where security is in the building and currently is always going to be?
I don't know if it always will be, but I asked them, do you have any intent to lease this? And they didn't really answer, so
Yeah,
that's it.
Given the nature of the building, I can kind of see why they put it off to the end of the corridor kind of thing. I don't know if they would necessarily ever not need this room.
They'll always need security. I couldn't get through my head why where it was didn't have any exterior doors, but I never did get an answer for that. That corner spot.
But okay, there, I just wanted to clarify the use of the space, so it is owner occupied and it is specific, and it, from what we can see, it's gonna continue on.
From what I imagine, yeah, and to describe it, when you come in that door, it's just kind of a wide open room. And there's two sets of tables on either side with screens that they watch over the building. Very basic.
Mr. Cole, do you have questions? Thank you, Mr. Whitburn.
I have none, thank you.
Thank you, I have none. No questions for me. Summation, Mr. Cole? Mr. Slaughter?
No, thank you.
Okay, that concludes item number 7. Item number 8. File number 24-3787, Mr. Cole.
File number 1209761800. Assessed value is for $3,625,000. Leasable area is 8,592 square feet. We move along to the back of my brief. The last 3 pages. Focus of it is it's bank. So the lease in place for Royal Bank is on page 20. It's $32 contract. Again, reported as gross or semi-gross. If you look at how it's checked off, it's clearly not. Don't know why how it's being filled out, or there's some irregularities in this, but we both know that it's not. On page 19, it's checked income again as gross. I don't know how they define it as gross. It's not gross. It's $32. So we look back at our variables. We see The bank, page, I guess it's 13 of my comparables. Heading bank comparables, we see at 242 Carlton, which is obviously Bank of Nova Scotia, the True North building is $34 a square foot. At 360 Main Street, Crosstown is at $27 a square foot. 375 Main Street, CIBC occupies 2 levels. They're in at $20 a square foot. And Bank of Montreal at Portage, 2 Portage is at $26 a square foot. So the median is approximately $26. The weighted average is 25.40, or sorry, the average is 25.40 and the weighted average is 23.20. So you do see a bit of fluctuation there. That is a bit of a pullback with CIBC, which is their long term. So that does impact on such a small purpose. But with that said, I do think a $31 rent, which is on page 14, is reasonable given the subject property and this is the building location where it is, comparable to the Bank of Nova Scotia, which is right across the street. So with that, applied to 8,592 square feet, $31 gives $266,352 for a PGI. And 11% for vacancy, gives an effective gross income of $237,053. Our same expenses and shortfall at 3% and $17 gives us a net operating income of $213,874, capped at 5.9%, gives us back to rounded $3,625,000.
Thank you, Mr. Paul.
Been a long day.
Mr. Slaughter,
No questions.
thank you. Mr. Whitbread,
I have none, thank you.
thank you. Mr. Truglio,
No, thank you.
and no questions for me either. So, Mr. Slaughter.
Thanks. So the rent in place is actually an option to renew. The original lease was 2009 to 2019 in the high 20s. And then there was an option to renew at $30 a square foot, and it stepped to 31 for years 2 and 3 and 32 in years 4 and 5. And then that's it. We looked to the market. Our market rents were a bit higher than Mr. Pohl's. We were coming in around 30. We concluded 31 is market, so we are in agreement. The caution here, though, is that if I was Hydro, I'd be a little nervous because their lease comes up in now, well, coming up currently very soon, but at the reference date in 2 years. Anyway, we have 11% vacancy, 15 shortfall, 3% non-recovered, the 6.5 cap. And so on page 17, our value is $3,319,000.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mr. Paul, questions? Mr. Truglio,
No questions at this point. Thank you.
Mr. Whitbread,
I have none, thank you.
thank you very much. Well, Mr. Paul, summation. Yeah. Mr. Slaughter,
Nope, I think we've covered everything. Thank you.
great, thank you. So, with that, then, we have heard all the items scheduled, and this hearing is now adjourned, and thank you very much, both of you, for your presentations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you both. Think we've done this before.
Thank you, guys.
I'm telling you that practice.
Madam Chair, I'm going to slip away for about a 7-minute break.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. Well, thank you guys, that the last few went very quickly, so that was nice.
Yep.
Yeah, sorry, just have to.
What's it down on sitting in the files?
It's good now. Should be.